Chapter 672. Hee hee. This Yanhuang College is really shocking. Not only is the building luxurious and magnificent, even the food is so exquisite. It's comparable to Zuetian restaurant. Little brother, I came here to learn more about engineering. I didn't expect that I would fall in love with this place. At another table, Zhang Sun Chong, Fang Yizhi, Chu Yanfu, and Yuan Shuo were eating together. Zhang Sun Chong suddenly sighed. Fang Yizhi laughed. Yes, I feel the same. Now, it's up to us to pass. Chu Yanfu joked. Yizhi, you're so humble. Wasn't the Confucian classics in the morning your best subject? You might even get full marks. Among Fang Xuanling's 3 sons, only the eldest, Fang Yizhi, inherited some of his father's studious genes. He was familiar with the classics since young, which was why Chu Yanfu said so. Fang Yizhi waved his hand and said, Yanfu, don't say that. The most important part of this exam is the mathematics in the afternoon. Besides, the morality test in the morning is making me dizzy. I'm really not sure about it. Yuan Shuo couldn't help but say, actually, I'm curious. Why did Prime Minister Fang, Prime Minister Chu, and Duke Zhao suddenly allow you to come to Yanhuang College? I have less time to prepare than the others by a month. I'm the one who has the least chance of passing. The fathers of the 3 of them were all prime ministers of Tang Dynasty. Only Yuan Shuo's father was a small assistant minister. However, his relationship with Chu Yanfu had always been very good. At first, Chu Yanfu wasn't very sure that he would come to Yanhuang College, so he didn't think much of it. Who knew that Chu Yanfu suddenly told him that he would definitely go to Yanhuang College. As a good friend, of course, he had to accompany him. Therefore, taking everything into account, he had only prepared for this exam for slightly more than a month. Hearing Yuan Shuo's question, the other 3 looked at each other. In the end, it was Chu Yanfu who answered, Actually, I don't know why my father suddenly became open-minded. Maybe it's because the influence of engineering has increased. Zhang Sunzhong and Fang Yizhi also shook their heads. Obviously, they didn't know the reason either. Sigh. Who cares? Let's eat. We still have to take the exam after eating. Burp. This food is really comfortable. If only my dad would allow me to stay in Yanhuang College forever after I pass the exam. After lunch, Di Jixuan rubbed his swollen belly and walked unsteadily to Guanghua Building. Although the weather today was not hot, it was better to rest in the classroom than to be noisy outside. Young man, please wait. Just as Di Jixuan was praying that his father would show mercy and allow him to stay in Yanhuang College in the future, a low but powerful voice suddenly sounded beside him. Di Jixuan was shocked and quickly turned his head to look around. He found a man in black under a big tree, not far away, looking at him. Are you talking to me? Di Jixuan looked around again and found that there was no one else nearby, so he pointed at himself and asked tentatively, Okay. The man in black nodded coolly. Di Jixuan became alert and thought to himself, This is the academy. I won't meet any bad guys, will I? He asked tentatively, Then may I ask why you are looking for me? The man in black cupped his hands and said, I've been entrusted by someone to deliver something to you. Please come over here, young master. What is it? Tell me first. Di Jixuan looked at the man suspiciously and thought, Why does this line sound so much like those villains who kidnap children in dramas? Little boy, come over here. Uncle has candy to eat. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but hesitate. Seeing Di Jixuan hesitate, the man said anxiously, Little Langjun, are you afraid that I have bad intentions toward you? This is Yanhuang College, and their Yamacho is a master of martial arts. No matter how stupid I am, I won't do anything illegal here, right? Di Jixuan thought about it and felt that the man in black was right. Moreover, the man in black looked righteous and didn't look like a villain. So he walked over carefully, and at the same time, he was ready to shout for help at any time. Now can you tell me what it is? According to common sense, the man in front of him wouldn't make trouble, but Di Jishuan was still very vigilant. Little Langjun, wait. The man in black reached into his arms as if he was taking something out. Di Jishuan's eyelids twitched, for he was afraid that the man was taking out a dagger or some other weapon. When he saw what the man took out, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, because what he took out was not a weapon, but a small piece of paper the size of a palm. Little Langjun, this is what my master asked me to give to you. Remember to destroy it after you read it, or it will bring you trouble. Since I've delivered it, I'll leave now. Little Langjun, we won't meet again. The black-clothed man handed the small piece of paper to Di Jishuan. After leaving behind a few words, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hey, who is your master? What is written on it? Why do you want to destroy it after you read it? You haven't made it clear yet. Don't go. Di Jishuan was shocked. He wanted to stop the man and ask him what was going on, but when he looked up, there was not even a shadow in front of him. Damn, what does this man mean? He left just like that. He didn't even make it clear. Di Jishuan muttered in a low voice. Then he looked at the small folded piece of paper in his hand and suddenly felt very conflicted. Should I read it or not? What if there is something disgraceful written in it? Then I can't clear my name even if I jump into the Yellow River. But what if it's not a heresy? Hey, I'll just take a peek. There's no one around anyway. In the end, Di Jishuan gritted his teeth, hid under a tree, and opened the piece of paper. He saw the words on it. One day, Xiao Ming went to buy onions and asked the shop owner how much they cost per kilogram. The shop owner said that the price was 10 coins per kilogram. If he wanted 100 kilograms, it would be 1,000 coins. Damn, which lunatic has nothing better to do than to give me this kind of paper? Is this a story? Di Jishuan, who originally thought that it was a record of the romantic affairs of a court official, couldn't help but complain after reading the beginning. He resisted the urge to throw the paper away, took a deep breath, and continued reading. After reading it, his face changed. He slowly put away the paper and muttered to himself, "This title is very interesting. But who is so bored to send me such a note? What is the purpose? He also told me to destroy it after reading it. There are many things that don't make sense." Chapter 673. In the end, Di Jishuan was still full of questions. He tore the piece of paper into powder and returned to the examination room, where he had been in the morning to rest. In the afternoon, the second exam of Yanhuang College began on time with the sound of dang, dang, dang. Some people were anxious about this mathematics exam, while others were full of expectations, especially Chung Chumo, Wang Meng, and Iron Egg, who were not good at studying classics, but were good at mathematics. They were all looking forward to this afternoon's exam to make up for their shortcomings in the morning. They even hoped that today's exam questions would be more difficult, because only then could they, who were good at mathematics, widen the gap between them and the other candidates. However, reality did not develop as they expected. Li Zishuan's mathematics exam paper this time did not have so many tricky questions. Overall, this exam paper mainly tested the basic knowledge. In terms of difficulty, it was not even 30% as difficult as the monthly exam of the School of Mathematics. After all, for most of the candidates, even if they had self-studied mathematics for 2 months, their understanding of mathematics could not be compared to the students of the School of Mathematics who had been taught by famous teachers. Therefore, in order to take care of the majority of the students, Li Zishuan's mathematics exam paper was also greatly reduced in difficulty. However, this made the students of the School of Mathematics somewhat uncomfortable. Many people had clearly written the correct answer, but they could not help but doubt in their hearts. Was this question really that easy? Were there really no traps in it? You could not blame them for being suspicious. In the past, they were afraid of all kinds of traps in Li Zixuan's exam papers. Did Xiaoxian change his personality this time? Why are the questions so easy? It didn't take long for Cheng Chumo to finish the 10 fill-in-the-blank questions. He was so fast that he started to doubt himself. Fortunately, this idiot still had some self-awareness and didn't think that it was because he was too good at mathematics. On the other side, Iron Egg was also puzzled. He had finished 2 big questions at this time, but there was no pride or joy on his face. Instead, he was puzzled in his heart. What's wrong with these questions? Why are they all basic questions in the textbook? If the rest of the exam is as difficult as this, I'm not sure about the other candidates, but the students from the School of Mathematics will definitely score more than 90 points. Bruiser was not exaggerating. It was just that when Li Zixuan was teaching in the School of Mathematics, they were the most hardworking, the happiest, and the most effective. During that time, everyone was competing with each other and working hard to learn. Even the few students with the worst grades were considered to be above average among the 2,000 or so examinees now. In fact, this was indeed the case. Looking at the examinees in the other examination halls, no one could compare to the top students of the School of Mathematics. Most of them could not even compare to Cheng Chumo. This was where the difference in learning effects between self-study and the guidance of a great teacher was reflected. Phew, it's still considered smooth. He should be almost halfway done. Fortunately, there aren't any difficult questions. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to finish them in 4 hours. In examination hall number 51, Di Zixuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and thought to himself, the difficulty of this set of exam papers was just right for him. Although he did not have a firm grasp of many of the knowledge points and could not remember clearly, he could still recall them if he spent some time thinking about it. After stumbling along the way, he finally finished half of the exam questions in 2 hours. Gradually, as time passed, the afternoon mathematics exam gradually came to an end. Di Zixuan finally solved the last question. Almost out of habit, he first looked at the score of this question. When he saw it, he was immediately stunned. Damn it, this question is actually worth 20 points. Damn it, if I had known, I wouldn't have fought so hard with that equation in front of me. 20 points. My 20 points. Di Zixuan wailed crazily in his heart because there were less than 15 minutes left before the end of the exam. He felt that it was simply impossible to solve the last question in such a short time. Di Zixuan, who was dejected, glanced at the last question with the mentality of, so be it. Then he was stunned again. Oh, God. This question. He saw that the question said, one day, Xiao Ming went to buy onions and asked the shop owner how much they cost per caddy. The shop owner said that the price was 10 copper coins per caddy, and the price was 1,000 copper coins per caddy. Xiao Ming then asked the shop owner if he could sell the white onions and the green onions separately. The shop owner said that the white onions were 7 copper coins per caddy, and the green onions were 3 copper coins per caddy. In the end, Xiao Ming bought 25 caddies of the white onions and 25 caddies of the green onions. In the end, 50 times 7 for the white onions was 350 copper coins, and 50 times 3 for the green onions was 150 copper coins, which added up to 500 copper coins. Xiao Ming gave the shop owner 500 copper coins and left. Why do you think this is? The reason why Di Zixuan was so shocked was that the content of the note given to him by the man in black was exactly the same as this question. There was even an answer on the note. At that time, he thought that the question was very interesting and the answer was very unexpected. Who knew that he would encounter the exact same question during the exam? Was there anything more bizarre than this? There is not much time left. Write down the answer first, and we will talk about the rest later. Seeing that there were people handing in their test papers in the classroom, Di Jixuan had no time to think about other things. He quickly wrote down the answers that he had seen before on the test paper. After he finished writing, he even had time to check it again. Logically speaking, if he hadn't seen the correct answer before, it was absolutely impossible for him to write it down in such a short time. Oh, who on earth gave me the question and the answer on purpose? Who has such a great ability? This is the entrance exam of Yanhuang College. Seeing that it was not time to hand in the paper, Di Jixuan began to analyze the background of the man in black. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't think of who had such a great ability to get the question. Inadvertently, he glanced at the top of the paper and saw the words, Author, Li Zixuan. His eyes instantly lit up, and his heart was suddenly enlightened. Damn it! Could it be that little brother? Oh, no, it should be Yamacho. Could it be that Yamacho asked someone to give me the question? And the answer? Damn it! What a good person! Yamacho is really a good person. Di Jixuan sighed in his heart. He didn't feel guilty about cheating because in his mind, it was the Yamacho of Yanhuang College who asked him to cheat. Why should he feel guilty? Chapter 674. More than 2 hours ago, in the Sweet Dew Hall. Dugu Xian, how's the thing I asked you to do going? Li Er asked faintly. Dugu Xian cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, I've already asked someone to personally deliver that piece of paper to Di Jixuan, and I saw him open it with my own eyes. Li Er nodded and said, Not bad. This question is worth 20 points. And mathematics takes up 50% of the weight of the entire exam. In other words, I've increased Di Jixuan's total score by 10 points. Now he should have no problem getting into Yanhuang College, right? Dugu Xian sweated profusely. In the past, he would never have thought that Li Er would do such a boring thing. But now that things had come to this, he could only accept the reality. Hearing Li Er's question, he hurriedly replied, I've heard that the fifth son of Secretary D has been extraordinarily intelligent since he was young. Under Secretary D's urging, he was already familiar with the classics and history when he was 8 years old. I'm sure the entrance exam of Yanhuang College won't be a problem for him. Now that he has Your Majesty's help, he'll definitely get in. When Li Er heard that, his face instantly revealed an expression of, my evil scheme has succeeded. He chuckled and said, Ha! Now, Di Xiaoxiu still has the face to say that engineering is a miscellaneous subject, right? Now his own son is also involved. Is this still the wise and mighty Tang Emperor who doesn't show his emotions on his face? Dugu Xian was a little dumbfounded. Li Zixuan used the questions and answers given by Li Er to help Di Jixuan cheat. This kind of strange and illogical thing. Li Zixuan, the person involved, would never have thought of it. At this time, he didn't have time to care about this because the entrance exam of Yanhuang College had already ended. He let the examinees go back to rest first. The day after tomorrow, the college would release the results on time. The students who passed the exam would need to attend the opening ceremony of Yanhuang College in the afternoon. After that, they would have 2 days off to prepare for the admission. Of course, this arrangement also meant that all the teachers in the academy would be in a race against time to mark the papers. They would not have a moment of leisure. In order to ensure absolute fairness and impartiality, the grading of the papers needed to be done. After that, Li Zixuan distributed the papers for the classics and moral test to the teachers of the economics department and the geography department. The papers for the mathematics department were distributed to the teachers of the mathematics department, the physics department, and the chemistry department. As for the answers and grading standards, Li Zixuan had already asked each of them to copy a copy. There shouldn't be any problems with grading the papers according to the answers and grading standards, right? Moreover, after marking the test papers, there would be someone to check them again. If there were any objections, they would be handed over to Li Zixuan to judge them personally. In this way, the probability of misjudgment would be minimized. Gentlemen, there are a total of more than 4,000 test papers this time, but we only have 1 day and 2 nights. The task is very important, but there is no other way. The academy has a very important task at the back. We have to start school as soon as possible, so I'll have to trouble you. Furthermore, before I finish marking the papers, I will be busy with all of you at the academy. Let's start working now. Group leaders of each department, pay attention to the distribution of work. In the conference room, more than 70 classrooms were gathered together. Li Zixuan looked at them and said in a clear voice, more than 4,000 test papers corresponded to more than 70 people. The workload of each person was quite large. No wonder Li Zixuan was so serious about sharing the joys and sorrows with them. Yes, Yamacho. The 5 group leaders of Yanhuang College's 5 major departments answered in unison. The rest of the teachers also puffed out their chests and showed a firm expression. Most of them were attracted by Yanhuang College's generous treatment at the beginning. They were not optimistic about the future of this civilian academy. However, after seeing so many students coming to Yanhuang College's examination today, a sense of pride and responsibility rose in their hearts. Everyone had dreams. Everyone wanted to make a name for themselves and leave a mark for generations to come. Li Zixuan waved his hand, and the teachers of the academy immediately went into a busy state. They had to work for a while before the sky turned dark. After all, there were so many of them at night, and they could not mark the papers together because the candlelight was too weak. On the other hand, after Di Xiaoxiu finished his examination, he had been wondering if he should go home. He had been fooling around in the academy. In the end, a follower of the school of Mo in the academy could not stand it anymore and asked him why he was fooling around in the academy. Of course, that was not his original words. Only then did Di Zixuan leave the academy unhappily, looking in the direction of Chang, and Di Zixuan's expression changed. After some time, he said tragically, "I can hide for a while, but I can't hide for a lifetime. What will come will come. Go back. If the old man wants to deal with me, let him deal with me." After saying that, he strode forward as if he was going to the execution ground. Under the setting sun, his shadow was elongated, and he looked a little sad. 45 minutes later, he finally entered Chang and city. He encouraged himself, and then walked in the direction of the D family. After a while, the D family's residence appeared in front of him. Di Zixuan did not hesitate and walked directly to the gate of the D family's residence. Young master. The scene where the guards of the D residence would swarm him and hand him over to his father did not happen. They only greeted Di Zixuan and then continued to observe and listen to the surroundings. It was as if they did not know that Di Zixuan had sneaked out of the residence today. Where is my father now? Di Zixuan asked calmly. Since he had decided to go home, he had to face the anger of the old man. Besides, if the old man really wanted to do something to him, he could run away. At worst, he could run to Yanhuang College. He believed that with his performance in the exam, it would not be a problem for him to enter Yanhuang College. Old master is in the backyard. A gatekeeper bowed and answered. "Oh, I know." Di Zixuan waved his hand and walked to the backyard. When he entered the backyard, he saw Di Xiaoxiu playing chess alone under the pavilion. Was this the legendary game with him? Jixuan, you're back. Come here. Just when Di Jixuan was hesitating, Di Xiaoxiu, who was playing chess in the pavilion, suddenly called out. Di Jixuan hurriedly replied, "Ah, father, I'm back." Di Xiaoxiu asked meaningfully, how was the exam today?" Hearing this, Di Jixuan felt strange. Logically speaking, his father should have beaten him up at this time. Why was he still chatting amiably with his father? Chapter 675. In the backyard of the Di residence. Cough, cough. Father, I was wrong. I shouldn't have sneaked out to take the exam. Di Jixuan felt that something was wrong with Di Xiaoxiu's question. He guessed that his father was pretending to be weak on purpose, waiting for him to get carried away before giving him a fatal blow. Therefore, Di Jixuan didn't act rashly at this time. Instead, he admitted his mistake very cautiously. Di Xiaoxiu frowned. If it was any other time, he would definitely hit him. However, the warning that Li Er gave him in the morning still rang in his ears. He could only suppress the anger in his heart and said in a low voice, "Let's not talk about this first. This old man wants to know how you did on the exam today." Di Jixuan couldn't understand his father's meaning. He pondered for a moment and said, I didn't prepare well for the exam this time. So I didn't do very well on the exam. In his mind, his father didn't like him studying mathematics. If he told him that he did very well on the exam, wouldn't he be waiting for a beating? However, he was destined to miscalculate this time. When Di Xiaoxiu heard that his son didn't do well on the exam, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Didn't that mean that he couldn't get into Yanhuang College? In that case, wouldn't the agreement that Li Er made with him in the morning be invalid? Then what did he have to worry about? Thinking of this, Di Xiaoxiu immediately changed his expression and said loudly, "Unfilial son, this old man repeatedly ordered you not to go out in these 3 days. In the end, you turned a deaf ear and insisted on doing things your own way. You actually took advantage of this old man's morning court to secretly run away from home and go to Yanhuang College to take the entrance exam. How preposterous! Housekeeper, quickly take out the family law." Di Jixuan was shocked. He stared in shock and said, "No, father, didn't you just say that you wouldn't pursue the matter of me leaving the residence without permission? How can you go back on your words?" Di Xiaoxiu snorted and said, "When did this old man say that I wouldn't pursue the matter? Housekeeper, what are you waiting for? Quickly take out the family law. Bastard, you little brat, how dare you run away? Men, arrest him for this old man." Ganlu Palace. This son pays his respects to the emperor. When Li Er heard this, he put down the memorial in his hand and looked up with a smile. "Chengqian is here. Have a seat. I called you here because I have something to tell you." Li Chengqian gave his thanks and walked to the side to sit on the embroidered stool that the chamberlain had brought over. Then he looked towards Li Er and cupped his hands, asking, "Does Imperial Father have any orders for this son? I will do my best." Li Er waved his hand and said, "It's not a big deal. Chengqian, have you heard about the big exam at Yanhuang College today?" Li Chengqian didn't understand why Li Er would suddenly ask about this. He could only answer honestly, "Of course I know about this. I'm afraid that there aren't many in the entire Chang and city who don't know about this." Li Er nodded. A moment later, he said, "We actually ran into Di Xiaoxiu in the academy today. At that time, he was causing havoc in Yanhuang College." Li Chengqian asked curiously, "Secretary Di? As far as I know, Secretary Di has never had any conflicts with Yanhuang College. Why would he go and wreak havoc in the Yanhuang Academy today?" Li Er said with a gloomy expression. He didn't have any conflicts with Yanhuang College in the past, but today his youngest son secretly went behind his back to participate in Yanhuang College's entrance exam. Di Xiaoxiu discovered that his son was missing after the morning court assembly, so he went to Yanhuang College to ask for him. Although Secretary Di loves his son dearly, this will definitely affect the other examinees. I don't think it's appropriate. Li Chengqian thought for a moment and cupped his hands. Humph, he loves his son dearly? Li Er snorted in dissatisfaction and continued, we can put Qing Ke and Ku in Yanhuang College. Don't tell me I don't love my son dearly? Is Di Xiaoxiu's son more precious than our son? We see that some people only know how to cling to the prejudice of their sex, and there are many such people. We didn't want Yanhuang College to develop so quickly, but now it seems. Li Chengqian's expression turned serious. He quickly stood up and said, Father, what do you want me to do? I will do my best. This was what it meant to fight a tiger with brothers, father and son soldiers. Before Li Er finished speaking, Li Chengqian roughly understood what Li Er meant. Li Er saw this and couldn't help but smile. Good. Actually, we wanted to let Yanhuang College slowly develop, but no one expected the first batch of students to apply for Yanhuang College to be so many. This means that many people still recognize Li Zixuan's engineering skills. Since we have such a good foundation, wouldn't it be a waste if we don't make good use of it? As far as we know, Yanhuang College will release the results the day after tomorrow. When that time comes, we will officially start school. We plan to appoint you as a supervisor and enter Yanhuang College in the name of a supervisor. You will return to court a month later. Supervisor? Enter Yanhuang College? Li Chengqian was shocked when he heard this. It wasn't that he didn't want to go to Yanhuang College. Logically speaking, he should be the one who had the deepest relationship with Li Zixuan. Therefore, he should be the one who should go to Li Zixuan's Yanhuang College. However, Li Chengqian understood that as a country's heir, he couldn't go wherever he wanted. If he really went to Yanhuang College, there would definitely be many courtiers who would oppose it. Father, I'm afraid the courtiers won't. Li Chengqian hesitated. Li Er waved his hand and smiled. Don't worry. We are only sending you to supervise, not to enroll. We want to see who will oppose. Actually, things weren't as simple as Li Er said. The reason why he dared to do this was because several civil officials, led by Zhang Sun Wuji, had sent their juniors to Yanhuang College. This showed that in the conflict between the sects and the country's interests, there were still many people who were willing to follow Li Er. Li Er was naturally aware of this point. That was why he made this decision. Your son accepts the decree. Although he didn't know where his father's confidence came from, Li Chengqian still agreed. Then, Chengqian, go back and prepare. Li Er picked up his teacup and said calmly. Li Chengqian knew that this meant that he should leave. However, he suddenly thought of something and said, Father, I heard that in the first month of Yanhuang College, they will train all the students, just like how they train the army. The person who will be in charge of the training is Duke Yi. Li Er nodded. And there is indeed such a thing. What about it? Qin Xiong had personally told him about this before. He thought about it then. Since there was no war in the Tang Empire, there was no need for Qin Xiong to go to the battlefield. Thus, he agreed on the spot. However, he didn't know why Li Chengqian mentioned this now. Chapter 676. Inside the Ganlu Hall, Li Chengqian cupped his hands and said, Father, I'm worried that with Qingxue's constitution, she won't be able to withstand that kind of high-intensity training. However, The rules set by Xiao Xian can't be abolished because of him. Therefore, I want to use the name of supervising the studies to accompany Qin Ke to participate in the training. When the time comes, we can take care of each other." Hearing this, Li Er looked deeply at Li Chengqian. After a long time, he said word by word, "Approved." Li Chengqian bowed and said, "Thank you, Father. Then I'll take my leave." Seeing that Li Er didn't object, Li Chengqian slowly left the hall. Li Er looked at Li Chengqian's back, and an imperceptible gratification flashed through the corner of his eyes. He then heard him mutter, "Brothers are harmonious, father is kind, and son is filial. The golden age lasts forever. Chengqian has grown up." After a long time, he stood up and walked out of the hall with his hands behind his back. At the same time, he thought to himself, when Yanhuang College was just being built, there were always many voices of opposition both inside and outside the court. I also constantly balanced the various forces. However, today, Li Zishuan has already built the academy. Moreover, the number of students who applied for Yanhuang College far exceeded everyone's expectations. Since that's the case, then I'll continue to add fuel to the fire and have Chengqian personally go to Yanhuang College. Let's see if those people can wake up a little. Although Di Xiaoshu's matter today made Li Er angry, it made him understand one thing more. There were more than one person like Di Xiaoshu in the court. There were many Di Xiaoshu in the court. They were sectarian and looked down on engineering. Normally, they wouldn't show this kind of contempt because of their own power. However, once it involved their own interests, they would unreservedly reveal the contempt in their bones and put it into action. Li Er had Li Chengqian go to the academy to express his attitude and show his support for Yanhuang College. Thinking about it, the country's heir had personally stayed at Yanhuang College. Who else would have a reason to dislike Yanhuang College? The next day, Li Zishuan woke up early. After eating the breakfast personally made by Han Yushi, he went straight to the academy. Last night, he stayed at the Yunshan residence. Because everyone in the academy was so busy that their feet didn't touch the ground, he couldn't return to Chang and to enjoy life alone, right? If he really did that, the people's hearts might be scattered. In less than a quarter of an hour, Li Zishuan arrived at the gate of the Yanhuang Academy. He did not expect to meet the person he least wanted to meet. "Ah, Yamacho, you're finally here. HH, you didn't even arrive earlier than me, and you still have the nerve to be a mountain chief." When Mo Lingwei saw Li Zishuan, she quickly walked over and greeted him with a smile. Of course, she only muttered the second half of her sentence softly and didn't say it out loud. However, she definitely didn't expect Li Zishuan to hear her word for word. This girl was wearing a lotus-colored gauze shirt today. Her waist-length hair was only gently tied up with a pink ribbon. She was really cute and charming. From afar, it seemed as if she was covered in mist. She really didn't belong to this world. What a pity. This girl is indeed good-looking, but she's a little unruly and difficult to deal with. Li Zishuan thought to himself, so it's the ink girl. What a coincidence. Li Zishuan pretended that he didn't hear the second half of Mo Lingwei's mocking words and chuckled. Hee, it's not a coincidence. I've been waiting for you here. Mo Lingwei blinked and smiled. Waiting for me? When Li Zishuan heard this, he couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. He had a headache and said, "Ink girl, I've told you before. Whether you can come to Yanhuang College or not, I can't make the decision. You should go and find your father. I have to go and mark the papers for the students." He thought for a moment and knew why Mo Lingwei was waiting for him. Therefore, after he finished speaking, he hurriedly ran away. Hey, don't. Mo Lingwei opened her arms and blocked Li Zishuan's path. She said anxiously, I, I can help you mark the papers. As long as you help me convince my father, I'll mark as many papers as you want. Seeing this girl's bright and beautiful face full of sincerity, Li Zixuan couldn't help but ask, Ink Girl, why are you so determined to come to Yanhuang College to teach? Mo Lingwei was speechless for a moment. She wanted to say that she wanted to be as good as him, but when the words reached her mouth, they became, everyone in the Mo family went to Yanhuang College. I'm the only one left. I'm bored at home alone. I don't want to learn needlework because once I learn it, my father will definitely marry me off. Li Zixuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What kind of reason is this? You want to be a teacher because you're bored at home? Ink Girl, I understand your desire to become a teacher, but this matter is not up to me. I can't persuade your father, so you should let me in first. Otherwise, it won't be good if the results are delayed tomorrow. Li Zixuan spread his hands and said helplessly, But I know how to do mathematics. Although it's not your new type of mathematics, I can learn it again. Let me tell you, in the Mo family, other than my father, I'm the best at mathematics. If you take me in, you'll have another capable person. Mo Lingwei widened her eyes and said unwillingly, Take me in? Li Zixuan's face was full of black lines. This brat is at it again. Doesn't she know how to watch her words? And I didn't expect Ink Girl to be so knowledgeable. However, the college doesn't lack mathematics teachers. Although Li Zixuan was surprised by Mo Lingwei's mathematics standards, he was still unmoved. Mo Lingwei was so angry that she almost lost her temper. But in the end, she held it back and took 2 deep breaths. She smiled sweetly and said, Then I also know how to investigate matter. For slight, I know what these are, and I also know how to use them. Didn't your physics class teach about these things? Li Zixuan raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but say, You even know these things? God knows how rare it is to meet a girl who knows physics in ancient times. Not to mention ancient times. Even in modern times, more than half of the girls are not willing to learn physics. Mo Lingwei proudly raised her chin and snorted, Of course! I know a lot of things. If you take me in, I guarantee that you'll learn a lot. Hearing her say this, Li Zixuan was happy and subconsciously said, Then do you know how to drill wood to start a fire? Cough, cough. However, after saying this, Li Zixuan immediately regretted it. Chapter 677. Miss, do you know how to drill wood to start a fire? This was a phrase that Li Zixuan often saw on the bullet screen on a certain live streaming platform in his previous life. As for the origin of this phrase, it should have been said by a live streamer in the Saber section while he was flirting with girls online. Later on, this phrase was developed by the big bosses in the bullet screen to extend its meaning. As for the specific extended meaning, it should be possible to guess with a little thought. After all, drilling wood to start a fire relied on friction to generate heat. But no matter what, it was inappropriate for Li Zixuan to use this phrase to tease Mo Lingwei. After all, she was still a virgin. If Li Zixuan's mischievous words really caused some scandal, it wouldn't be good. Drilling wood to start a fire? I don't know how to do that, but I know how to use ice to start a fire. Isn't that awesome? Of course, Mo Lingwei didn't know the hidden meaning of drilling wood to start a fire. She frowned and thought for a while, then smiled sweetly. Using ice to start a fire? Miss, do you really know how to use ice to start a fire? It was unknown when Yan Xiaoning had suddenly appeared behind Li Zixuan as he exclaimed. Unlike Li Zixuan, Yan Xiaoning, as the chief engineer of Yanhuang College, usually stayed at the college during this period of time. Even if he had to go home at night, he would come very early the next morning. Therefore, Yan Xiaoning definitely contributed a lot to the rapid construction of Yanhuang College. Of course, I'm not bragging. Who are you? Mo Lingwei said proudly, then looked at Yan Xiaoning and asked. Yan Xiaoning was about to say something, but Li Zixuan immediately interrupted him. Cough, cough. Ink girl, let me introduce you. This is the son of the famous Minister of Works, Minister Yan. Brother Xiaoning's achievements in landscape architecture are deeply taught by Minister Yan. Don't you think that Yanhuang College is very impressive? This is built by Brother Xiaoning himself. Isn't it amazing? Li Zixuan wouldn't let go of this opportunity since it was rare for someone to take the bullet for him. He praised Yan Xiaoning as if he was the only genius in the world. Mo Lingwei turned her head to look at Yanhuang College before shifting her gaze back to Yan Xiaoning. Her eyes were filled with admiration. Wow, although you're a little ugly, you're pretty good. Compared to Li Zixuan, Yan Xiaoning's looks were indeed slightly inferior. However, Yan Xiaoning was definitely not ugly. Yan Xiaoning almost vomited blood when he heard that. No one liked being called ugly. If someone he knew said that to him, he would definitely retort. However, he did not know this girl in front of him. How could he have the nerve to retort? Moreover, he had to admit that this girl was quite pretty. Of course, our classmate Yan Xiaoning would never admit that the last one was the main reason. Cough, cough, cough. Xiaoning, this is the daughter of the Mo family's magnate. She's quite proficient in the Mo family's techniques. I think the two of you must have a lot in common. Well, you guys can chat first. I have to go in and grade the papers. Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and introduced Mo Lingwei to Yan Xiaoning. Then he used the cloud-piercing steps and disappeared instantly. What a joke! If he really wanted to run, there were not many people in Chang and City who could stop him. Li Zixuan left rather confidently, but he left behind a man and a woman staring at each other with their big eyes. Ink girl, did you come to the academy for something? After a long, awkward silence, Yan Xiaoning took the initiative to ask. Mo Lingwei seemed to have felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. She bit her lips and said softly, there's something. But it's nothing much. Yan Xiaoning was confused. What did she mean? After a long while, he said, we can't just stand here like this. Why don't I bring you to my office to take a look? You have an office? Mo Lingwei tilted her head and thought for a while before asking curiously. It wasn't like she hadn't been to Yanhuang College. Of course, she knew what an office was. It was because she knew that she was so surprised, because in Yanhuang College, only teachers like her father who were team leaders and above had their own offices. She didn't expect Yan Xiaoning to have his own office in Yanhuang College at such a young age. Hey, of course. Let's go. I'll bring you to take a look. Yan Xiaoning finally found something to be proud of in front of a beauty. He said proudly. His office was on the 9th floor to the left of the Guanghua building. On the right of the 10th floor was Li Zixuan's office. The left of the 10th floor was obviously reserved for Li Zixuan. After all, the left was the most respected at this time. They still had to give Li Zixuan some face. No. My father doesn't like me going to the college all the time. If he sees me, he'll definitely be unhappy. Mo Lingwei was about to follow Yan Xiaoning in when she suddenly thought of Mo Huai. Her expression instantly darkened as she angrily kicked the pebbles on the ground with the tip of her foot and said, Why is that? Yan Xiaoning, who had always been lacking in EQ, found it hard to understand. He was puzzled. Isn't it because I'm a girl? Mo Lingwei rolled her eyes and said, angrily. Yin Xiaoning seemed to have understood something. He thought for a while and said, it's okay. Ink girl, don't worry and go in. If Mr. Mo asks, I'll say that I invited you over to study how to drill wood to start a fire. To study how to use ice to start a fire. Yin Xiaoning made a slip of the tongue and almost said drilling wood to start a fire. Although he didn't know what the joke was, judging from Li Zixuan's embarrassed expression just now, these 4 words were obviously not as simple as they seemed. Hee. Okay, then it's settled. I'll teach you how to use ice to start a fire. You'll have to help me explain it to my father. Okay? Mo Lingwei's eyes lit up when she heard that, and she instantly giggled happily. She was originally full of talent and knowledge, but Li Zixuan completely ignored her and avoided her like the plague. This made her angry and helpless. Now, it was rare for someone as good as Li Zixuan to acknowledge her, and was even willing to help her persuade her father. Of course, she was happy. Yin Xiaoning naturally agreed. Thus, the 2 young men and women who met for the first time didn't even exchange 20 sentences in total before they went to the office together. Yes, the office. Li Zixuan would never have thought that the engineering genius Yin Xiaoning, who had always had a negative EQ, would be so extraordinarily effective in flirting with girls, even though his flirting methods seemed clumsy. He had to admit that this was a true flirting expert. Chapter 678. Yamacho, is there a problem with the grading criteria? Li Zixuan had chatted with Mo Lingwei for a long time at the entrance of the academy. When he arrived at the academy, he found that the teachers of the academy had already begun grading the papers in the office. When he passed by the geography department's office, Tang Yu, who was inside, hurriedly ran out and asked. Li Zixuan paused and asked subconsciously, what's the problem? Let me see. Tang Yu handed the paper in his hand to Li Zixuan and said, this is the grading criteria for the moral character test. Yamacho, why did you specify that the scores for each choice are different? For example, in the first question, why did those who chose Qiongzhou only get 1 point, Xiangzhou 2 points, Bingzhou 3 points, Luoyang 4 points, and Chang'an 5 points? Li Zixuan looked at Tang Yu strangely and answered matter-of-factly, if a person only wants to be content with a small corner and doesn't dare to go to a big city to work hard and gain experience, why would our Yanhuang College want such a timid person? Tang Yu was stunned, but he couldn't help but ask, but Yamacho, you said on the question that there is no right or wrong choice. Li Zixuan nodded and said, yes, there is no right choice. So, no matter what they choose, they will get a point. Tang Yu opened his mouth and said unhappily, but the question also said that there is no right or wrong choice. Li Zixuan was speechless. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, he would have grabbed Tang Yu and said to everyone, come on, there is an honest person here. Everyone, come and bully him. Glancing into the office, Li Zixuan found that although many people were grading the papers on the surface, their eyes were always inadvertently glancing over. Obviously, Tang Yu was not the only honest person. He thought for a moment and said, if I didn't write this in the question, how could the examinees answer the questions according to their true thoughts? Tang Yu. He didn't know if he should curse in his heart. Not only Tang Yu, but all the teachers in the geography department's office were completely dumbfounded. They didn't expect Li Zixuan, Yamacho, to be so shameless. But Yamacho, aren't you lying? As a teacher, how can I set a bad example for my students? Seeing that Li Zixuan was about to leave, Tang Yu mustered up his courage and shouted. Li Zixuan paused. The teachers in the office held their breaths and couldn't help swallowing. They thought to themselves, Tang Yu is probably finished this time. How dare he talk to Yamacho like that? However, the reality was not as they had imagined. Li Zixuan did not get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "If I don't lie to them, won't they lie to me on the test paper in order to get high marks? It's also a lie, but my lie is to prevent these thousands of students from lying. Mr. Tang, don't you think it's necessary for me to tell this lie?" Hearing this, Tang Yu was speechless. Seeing that Tang Yu had nothing to say, Li Zixuan smiled and turned to leave. In fact, this guy himself somewhat admired what he had just said. The reason was very strong, so strong that no one could refute it. At the same time, in the imperial court of Taiji Palace. Obviously, the morning court had been going on for some time. At this time, Li Er looked at the ministers and said lightly, "Yanhuang College has just opened. I want to appoint the Crown Prince as the superintendent. In the name of the superintendent, I will inspect Yanhuang College for a month. What do you think?" His tone was rather flat, but the content was not flat at all. When the ministers in the hall heard this, they immediately burst into an uproar, whispering to each other in private. Only Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and a few others remained expressionless. "Your Majesty, I think this is inappropriate." Minister Cui Shanyu of the Honglu Temple stepped forward and bowed to Li Er. Li Er raised his eyebrows and asked in a deep voice, "What's inappropriate?" Hearing that Li Er's tone was a little unfriendly, Cui Shanyu trembled, and a trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. However, he still forced himself to say, "The Crown Prince is the heir of a country, but Yanhuang College is a place to teach engineering. I'm afraid this will shake people's hearts." Li Er's face was gloomy, and said, "Then tell me, whose heart did I shake?" This Cui Shanyu was suddenly speechless. The ministers in the hall were suddenly silent. At this time, they understood that Li Er did not come with good intentions today. The matter of sending Li Chengqian to the Yanhuang Academy was more of a notice than a discussion between Li Er and them. This was because there seemed to be no room for discussion. "You won't say? Then I'll say it for you." Seeing that Cui Shanyu lowered his head and did not dare to speak, Li Er suddenly stood up and pointed at Cui Shanyu, saying, "You said my actions will shake people's hearts. I guess you think I'm shaking the roots of Confucianism, shaking the foundations of the aristocratic families. Cough, cough, let's not talk about gays. Oldly has committed a taboo. I've already said in the court that as long as it's useful to my Tang Dynasty and can make my Tang Dynasty stronger, I'm willing to accept it. I have no intention of stirring up a dispute between schools of thought. Confucianism has always been orthodox. In comparison, engineering is only a tool to make the country stronger. I'm letting Chengqian go to Yanhuang College to let him go to the sword of the world that is engineering, so that he can fully use it in the future to make my Tang Dynasty stronger. However, some of you keep thinking that I'm shaking the foundations of Confucianism. Do you understand that first there is the country, then there will be Confucianism and engineering? Cui Shanyu, you're my minister first, then you're a disciple of Confucianism. If there comes a day when the Tang Dynasty is weak and falls into the hands of other races, where can Confucianism spread? Don't tell me you want us to be the dogs of other races that enslave us Han people. These familiar words were basically used by Li Er to reprimand Di Xiaoxiu yesterday. Today, Di Xiaoxiu did not come because Li Er punished him to reflect on his mistakes in isolation for a month. Otherwise, Old Man Di would definitely find it very familiar. This old minister does not dare. Di Xiaoxiu might have heard these words, but Cui Shanyu had not. All the ministers in the court had not heard of it either. Therefore, when Li Er said these harsh words, the entire court was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Cui Shanyu was sweating profusely as he bowed and asked for forgiveness. This subject is terrified. The other ministers also cupped their hands and said. Li Er snorted and waved his sleeves, saying, I've decided. Cheng Qian will prepare to supervise Yanhuang College starting tomorrow and return to court in a month. This subject obeys the decree. Li Chengqian bowed and said, Dear ministers, if you have something to report, court is dismissed. Li Er said coldly. Everyone saw that he was unhappy. Moreover, in today's morning court, the head of the civil officials, Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others did not say anything. They did not dare to persuade him anymore, and could only give up. Court is dismissed. Seeing this, the eunuch holding the brush sensibly called out. All the ministers bowed and saluted. Li Er waved his hand and turned to leave. Chapter 679. The news of Li Er allowing Li Chengqian to stay in Yanhuang College for a month caused quite a stir among the upper echelons of Tang Dynasty. After all, the crown prince was the heir to the throne. His actions would directly affect the future direction of the empire. Didn't they, as officials, want to confer titles to their wives and children to ensure that their families would continue to prosper? If they couldn't grasp the thoughts of the emperor and grasp the future direction of the imperial court, then their families might fall behind or even be pushed out of the imperial court. Thus, after the morning assembly, many people gathered at Zhang Sun Wuji's house. Old Master, Assistant Minister, he from the Ministry of Personnel, Assistant Minister Yuan from the Ministry of Civil Affairs, Junior Supervisor Huang from the Ministry of Secretaries, and Assistant Minister Zhang from the Taifu Temple are outside the residence seeking an audience. In the Duke Zhao residence, a middle-aged man who looked like a servant came to the study and reported with a bow, and Zhang Sun Wuji frowned. After pondering for a moment, he said, Don't see them. Tell them that I'm tired and ask them to return to their own duties. Don't let down the emperor's trust in them, and don't become the emperor's stumbling block. Yes, old master. The servant bowed and received the order before slowly retreating. Father, why did you? After the servant left, Zhang Sun Chong couldn't help but ask. Zhang Sun Wuji waved his hand and interrupted. You don't have to care about this. Chong, let father ask you, how do you feel about the Yanhuang College examination this time? Do you have the confidence to pass? Zhang Sun Chong was taken aback. With an embarrassed expression, he said weakly, Father, I'm confident that I can get full marks for this examination. However, I'm not sure about the moral character test and mathematics test. Now, I don't know the correct answer, so I don't dare to say that I have the confidence to pass the examination to Yanhuang College. Moral character test. This was something that was mentioned on Tang daily before. Thus, Zhang Sun Wuji had some impression of it. He frowned and said, What's there to be uncertain about? Don't tell me you're afraid that Li Zishuan won't be able to pass with your character. Tell father, what questions are there? Yes, father. Zhang Sun Chong made a sound of agreement. Then he recalled a little and said, I remember that the moral character test questions said that there was no right or wrong, good or bad choices in all the questions. Please choose according to your own real situation. Even so, I had my doubts at the time. The first question should be like this. Which city do you think you would prefer to live in? A. Cheongzhou B, Xiangzhou C, Bingzhou D, Luoyang Yi Chang, and Zhang Sun Wuji's frown deepened. Even though he was well versed in history and had read through all the weird questions in the various dynasties, he had never seen such a weird question before. Chonger, what did you choose? After pondering for a moment, Zhang Sun Wuji asked, I've lived in Chong, and since I was young. Of course, I choose Chong, and Zhang Sun Chong said matter-of-factly. Zhang Sun Wuji. Then tell me about the second question. Zhang Sun Chong nodded and said, The second question is, if you could become one of the following creatures, which one would you like to be? A. Cat. B. Horse. C. Elephant. D. Monkey. E. Dog. F. Tiger. Back then, I chose tiger because the first few choices were too unbearable. Zhang Sun Wuji was enlightened and said, I understand now. That question said that all the choices are not good or bad, right or wrong. It's all bullshit. T. Lisa Xuan, this brat is brilliant. He's testing your hearts. He wants all of you to put down your guard so that you can show your truest side to him. Then he can choose the person he wants from among you. I've underestimated this person. SSSS. Then, Father, is there any problem with my choice? Hearing how terrifying his father's words were, Zhang Sun Chong took in a deep breath of cold air and quickly asked. Zhang Sun Wuji shook his head and said in a deep voice, based on your nature, it's definitely not a problem for you to pass this moral test. I'm just a little surprised. Li Zishuan's temperament, methods, martial arts, and abilities are all the most outstanding in your generation. Such a person, you can either be friends with him or be enemies with him. Then, you must get rid of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, when I'm old, which one of you can be his opponent? Zhang Sun Chang's heart trembled. He quickly lowered his head and didn't dare to say another word. Suddenly, Zhang Sun Wuji smiled and said, I didn't say that I have to be enemies with him. Chong, when you go to Yanhuang College, see if you can get along well with him. It'll be good if you can, but it's fine if you can't. Our Zhang Sun family has no reason to be afraid of him. It's just that the current emperor's thoughts are always on that kid. Now that times have changed, it might not be a bad thing for you to get in touch with engineering. Besides, the Crown Prince and Prince Wei are also in Yanhuang College. Zhang Sun Chong clasped his hands and said, Yes, Father, I understand. N. Go and do your work, Zhang Sun Wuji said indifferently. Zhang Sun Chong responded and left the study room, leaving Zhang Sun Wuji alone with his eyes closed. To a certain extent, Zhang Sun Wuji was definitely not a defender of Confucianism. He only cared about his own interests. As for which school was the orthodox, he didn't care at all. He was a pure egoist. Thus, when he noticed that Li Er had the intention to raise the status of engineering and Yanhuang College, Zhang Sun Wuji didn't hesitate to throw out his olive branch and send his son to Yanhuang College. This was the foresight of an old fox. When the other court officials reacted, Zhang Sun Wuji had already walked further and further away from the path of treason. Furthermore, he benefited greatly from it. He would forever be the man who ate the fish head and body. As for the fish tail, it was naturally left for those short-sighted people to eat. Brother Crown Prince, I heard that you are also going to Yanhuang College, Eastern Palace. Li Chengqian had just returned from the morning assembly and rested for a short while when Changle came to his door and asked, Yo, Changle, when did you start to care about court politics? You got the news so quickly? Li Chengqian couldn't help but rub his sister's head and laugh. Changle slapped Li Chengqian's hand away and said, unhappily, Changle doesn't care about court politics. That's your men's business. I only heard that Brother Crown Prince is also going to Yanhuang College, so I came to ask. Oh, Li Chengqian replied with an, oh. Then he smiled and explained, you can't say that I'm going to Yanhuang College. After all, I have to return to the palace in a month. I can't stay in Yanhuang College forever like Qingke. So that's the case. Changle suddenly understood. Then, the little girl said with some worry, but if that's the case, Changle will be left alone in the palace. It's so boring. P.S. Not included in total word count looking for subscriptions, looking for monthly votes. My brothers all said that the updates these 2 days weren't good. Actually, the subscriptions are the worst. Looking at the rapid drop in subscriptions every day, it's already not easy for swordsmen to still be able to update 3 or 4 times a day. In the past, they would always update 2 times a day. So, friends who read pirated versions, please come back and subscribe. It's just a few cents. Everyone's support is the motivation for swordsmen to work hard to update. Thank you. Chapter 680. In the East Palace, Li Chengqian couldn't bear to see Changle's pitiful look. Besides, what she said was indeed reasonable. Now that he, Li Tai, and Li Ku had all gone to Yanhuang College, there were basically no people of the same age who could play with Changle in the palace. So he thought for a while and said, Yanhuang Academy will have a military training next month. Father must like it very much. Changle, you can ask Father to take you along to have fun. Won't that be enough? Hearing this, Changle's eyes suddenly curved into small crescents. She nodded happily and said, Yes, yes, thank you, Brother Crown Prince. After saying that, the little girl turned and left. Li Chengqian looked at Changle's back and pinched his chin thoughtfully. Crown Prince is going to live in Yanhuang College? In the D Mansion. It was almost noon when Di Xiaoxiu, who was thinking about his mistakes behind closed doors at home, received the news. He muttered to himself alone under the pavilion in the courtyard. It's getting harder and harder to guess His Majesty's thoughts now. If Crown Prince really goes to Yanhuang College, then the status of engineering and Yanhuang College. Thinking of this, Di Xiaoxiu ordered in a low voice, Let Jishuan come here. Yes, master. The servant next to him hurriedly bowed and received the order. About a quarter of an hour later, Di Jishuan came over sleepily. Oh, Father, I heard that you called me? Di Jishuan said listlessly. Di Xiaoxiu, who was about to get down to business, couldn't help but frown when he saw his son like this. He said, What time is it now? Did you just get up? Anyway, he had just been beaten up yesterday, so now Di Jishuan was even more thick-skinned. He looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, and said, Father, you don't let me go out. What can I do now except sleep at home? He had planned to go to Yanhuang College tomorrow to see the results, but Di Xiaoxiu had just been grounded by Li Er yesterday. After knowing that this bastard of a son still had such thoughts, he immediately added 2 more days of confinement to Di Jishuan. Of course, this wasn't the only reason why he woke up so late. It was because he had stayed up all night reading novels. Di Jishuan had been preparing for the exam of Yanhuang College for the past 2 months, so he had put aside the legend of a mortal's journey to immortality that he had been reading. After the exam, yesterday, of course, he would take out the mortal that he had been keeping for so long and continue reading. In the end, Di Jishuan was completely dumbfounded when he saw it. F***CK. What the hell is with 15 pages of mortal in every issue of the newspaper? Is this Leather Knight crazy? He then glanced at the other issues of the newspaper. In the end, each issue had 15 chapters. After more than 2 months, he had accumulated nearly 1,000 chapters. 1,000 chapters. At that moment, Di Jishuan felt that he was going crazy. He was so happy that he even forgot that he had been beaten up. He immediately immersed himself in the world of mortals. The candlelight in the side room of the rear courtyard of the D residence had been lit for the entire night. It wasn't that Di Jishuan didn't want to sleep. He was also sleepy. However, Mortals was getting more and more exciting as it went on. He couldn't bear to sleep at all. It wasn't until dawn that he couldn't take it anymore and fell into a deep sleep. Even so, Di Jishuan still had more than 800 chapters to read. Don't compare the speed of most modern people to the ancients. Modern ebooks turn pages very quickly. The ancients definitely couldn't compare with the speed of reading. At this moment, when he heard Di Jixuan's words, Di Xiaoxu was suddenly speechless. He pointed at his unfilial son and was so angry that he couldn't say a word for a long time. After a while, old man Di calmed down and directly talked about business. I called you here to ask you if you really don't have the confidence to get into Yanhuang College. Di Jixuan was stunned and thought, why is it this question again? Could it be that my father wants to find an excuse to beat me up again? I won't give him a chance. Father, I was afraid that you would be angry yesterday, so I deliberately said that I didn't do well in the exam. Actually, I did quite well this time. Di Jixuan was thinking that he was beaten up yesterday when he said that he didn't do well in the exam. So, if he said that he did well today, he wouldn't be beaten up, right? If he was beaten up again, then he could only say that his father was deliberately targeting him. What? You said that you did well in the exam this time. That means that you are very likely to get into Yanhuang College? Di Xiaoxu's expression changed drastically when he heard this. It wasn't that he became gloomy, but that he became extremely complicated. There was shock, excitement, and even a trace of fear. Anyway, as long as Di Jixuan could remember, he had never seen his father show so many expressions on his face at the same time. Yes, father, what's wrong? Di Jixuan took 2 steps back and kept a safe distance from Di Xiaoxu. Then he asked in confusion, Phew, Sun well, I shouldn't have punished you yesterday. Since you are now confident that you can get into Yanhuang College, then you should prepare well. Di Xiaoxu's expression changed. In the end, he became a kind and gentle father as he smiled gently at Di Jixuan. However, this Sun scared Di Jixuan quite a bit. He shook his head and secretly pinched his thigh. After confirming that he wasn't in a dream, Di Jixuan asked in confusion, Father, what do you want me to prepare? Di Xiaoxu, prepare to enter the college, of course. Di Jixuan widened his eyes and said in disbelief, Father, didn't you say that you didn't want me to go to Yanhuang College? Di Xiaoxu's face immediately became a little unnatural. He stroked his beard and said, Father has thought it through. Since Sun wants to go to Yanhuang College so much, Father will fulfill your wish. It's not impossible for you to study mathematics and become an official in the future. Di Jixuan turned around and looked at the sun in the sky. Di Xiaoxu was puzzled and asked, Sun, what are you looking at? Di Jixuan swallowed and said, I've already confirmed that I'm not dreaming, so I want to see if the sun rises from the west today. Di Xiaoxu was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. He almost scolded him as an unfilial son again, but he forced himself not to say those 2 words. Di Jixuan said awkwardly, Cough, cough, cough. Father, don't be angry. I'm just joking. Di Xiaoxu glared at his son. Suddenly, he remembered something and said quickly, Oh, right, Sun, don't tell anyone about the punishment I gave you yesterday. This old man will tell the servants later. You understand? Why? Di Jixuan naturally wouldn't tell anyone about this embarrassing incident, but he was still a little curious as to why his father would specifically tell him about it. Di Xiaoxu pursed his lips and pondered for a while. Then he said, Don't wash your dirty linen in public. Chapter 681. Yanhuang College, noon. Mr. Yen, how's the progress of grading the various departments' papers? Can you finish all of them before nightfall? In the conference room, Li Zixuan asked while eating. He had long forgotten about not talking while eating and sleeping. Oh, probably less than 50%. I think I can finish it before nightfall if I hurry up. Yen Silla was not as rude as Li Zixuan. After swallowing the food in his mouth, he spoke unhurriedly. The busiest people in the morning were Li Zixuan, Li Gang, Yan Silu, Su Hongji, Xiao Dian, and Mo Huai, who were eating in the conference room. Not only did they have to grade the papers themselves, but they also had to do a good job of coordinating and directing in order to maximize efficiency. They could not even spare time for lunch. It was Mo Zhong and Mo Yun who helped them bring the food back from the cafeteria. However, Li Zixuan was a little too much. The food he ate was specially cooked for him by Han Yushi. Naturally, it was not comparable to the big pot of rice in the cafeteria. The tempting color and rich aroma made even Li Gang unable to resist picking up a few pieces with his chopsticks. Well, this speed is not good. Not only do we have to finish grading the papers today, but we also have to tally all the students' results. Then, the workshop can rush the list overnight. How about this? I'll hurry up in the afternoon. Mr. Yen, take a look at which department has the most papers backlogged. When the time comes, you can send some of them to me. Li Zixuan thought about it and felt that it was still too slow. Thus, he said to Yen Silu, obviously, this guy was ready to cheat. He spent most of the morning assigning tasks to the various departments. But now he felt that it would be better to hand over the command to Li Gang and Yen Silu and go down to the underground to cheat himself. With his speed, he could do the work of 10 people. Yen Silu was silent for a moment and finally nodded. Okay. Ha, I'm old. I'm not as energetic as a young man like you. But don't force yourself. Your health is the most important. At this moment, Li Gang said with a smile. Li Zixuan nodded. Don't worry, Mr. Li. I know what I'm doing. What? The Crown Prince is also coming to Yanhuang College? After lunch, Li Zixuan didn't take a break. He went back to his office with the stack of test papers that Yen Silu gave him. As for why he didn't grade with the other teachers, it was entirely because he was afraid that his abnormal grading speed would frighten others. After a while, Pang Feiji walked in quietly and told him a very important piece of news. Yes, Lord Ju, this happened in the morning court. Anyone in Chang, and who is slightly well-informed, knows about it. Pang Feiji bowed and replied. Li Zixuan stopped writing and frowned. After a while, he said, Okay, I got it. Feiji, you can go and do your work. This subordinate will take his leave. Pang Feiji cupped his hands and slowly left. In the office, Li Zixuan rubbed his head. It was hard to tell whether he was happy or sad. He muttered, The tree wants to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. Is Old Li helping me? Or is he purposely causing trouble? How are you? Are you confident about this exam? I heard that Yanhuang College had more than 2,000 examinees taking the exam yesterday. South of Chang, and city, Gi Lane, Meng family's courtyard. Mother Meng saw that Meng Wenhao didn't seem worried at all. He was even helping Yaya modify the scooter that they bought from the workshop. She couldn't help but ask. Meng Wenhao patted his little sister's head, then turned to his mother and said, Mother, I've never worried about whether or not I can pass the exam. I'm only thinking about my ranking this time. Although there were a lot of examinees yesterday, the questions set by Mr. Meng gave me a huge advantage. Mother, you don't have to worry anymore. Meng Wenhao had been working as an accountant for more than a month at Minister Hu's house. He had earned a lot of money, so the Meng family situation had improved a lot. That was why Yaya had a scooter to play with. However, because of Hu Qingwan, Meng Wenhao still persuaded his mother, who had been working at Minister Hu's house, to leave the Hu family. In his opinion, since he wasn't interested in Hu Qingwan, he shouldn't provoke her and cause her to think about him. In the end, it would be even more hurtful to her. But how? You didn't have much time to revise for the past 2 months. Now that you've left the Imperial College, if you still can't get into Yanhuang College, then you'll have no way out. As the saying goes, one's mind is clouded by concern. Thinking of Meng Wenhao's previous revision time and current situation, Mother Meng was still very worried. Meng Wenhao smiled slightly and very patiently comforted her. Mother, although I worked at Minister, whose house for more than a month, and helped out at the college for more than 10 days, I didn't fall behind in my homework. You don't have to worry anymore. Tomorrow, the college will release the results. Just wait and see. Your son will definitely win glory for you and father. Mother Meng calmed down a lot when she saw her son being so confident. She smiled and said, "As long as you can get in, it's fine." At first, I thought that Yanhuang College was a rundown college that no one wanted to go to. I didn't expect it to be so popular today. Not only did all the scholars in the Tang Dynasty come, but I also heard that the sons of Wei Wang, Han Wang, Duke Zhao, and Master Feng all went to take the exam yesterday. My Hao has good taste. Meng Wenhao heard this and laughed. Mother, you don't have to believe me, but you can't not believe Mr. Li. He has always been a person who is good at creating miracles. Mother Meng thought seriously and said after a while, "That's true. Mr. Li is really an amazing person. Brother is also amazing. Brother is the best." Yaya, who was next to Meng Wenhao, laughed happily. "Ha ha, our Yaya is also very good." Meng Wenhao couldn't help but pinch his sister's face and smile knowingly. The results of Yanhuang College's entrance exam this time could be said to be highly anticipated. After the exam yesterday, the examinees from all over the country went to Ping Kong Lane to indulge themselves. Naturally, it was inevitable that they would hear from the brothel girls about this year's August 15th, when there was a full moon night and thousands of girls in Ping Kong Lane were chasing the heavenly fairy. As a result, many scholars worshipped the legendary Yamacho of Yanhuang College and looked forward to the release of the results of Yanhuang College tomorrow. The most direct manifestation of this was that the streets, restaurants, and tea houses of Chang were all talking about yesterday's exam. Many people were arguing endlessly about the answers to some of the exam questions. It was very lively. Chapter 682, Yanhuang College, which was the center of the topic, was busy at the moment. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun had been going in and out of Li Zishuan's office several times. One of the brothers specifically went downstairs to help Li Zishuan pick up the test papers, while the other went upstairs to take down the test papers that Li Zishuan had already marked. With such speed, Yan Silu Li Gang and the others had already been shocked to the point of numbness. At first, they did suspect that Li Zishuan's speed was so fast that there must be a lot of mistakes. But after Li Gang and Yan Silu jointly checked more than a dozen test papers and didn't find a single mistake, they were completely convinced they could only classify Li Zishuan as an inhuman. After the other teachers of the various departments heard the news, their admiration for Li Zishuan couldn't be any higher. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Li Zishuan finished marking the test papers on his desk, but Mo Zhong didn't send in any new test papers. He couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Mo Zhong smiled and said, "Yamacho, Mr. Li Gang said that all the test papers have been marked. He said that if you're done here, please go down and count the results together." Li Zishuan said in surprise, "Finished so soon? Okay, I'll go down now." After saying that, he tidied up the test papers. Mo Zhong was very perceptive and came over to help take them away. Evil bureaucracy, and the few of them went downstairs. Remove the name stickers and let the teachers of the various departments start counting the scores. Remember to bring the exam number of each student. After counting, send it to the mathematics department and let the teachers convert the total score of each student into a 100-point system according to the proportion of each subject score. Finally, send the final result to me. After going downstairs and making sure that all the test papers had been marked, Li Zixuan ordered. There were more than 2,000 students participating in the entrance exam this time, and it was inevitable that there would be many people with the same name. At this time, many people began to admire Li Zixuan's exam number system. Otherwise, it would be a mess now. Okay, this won't take much time, Yan Silu said with a smile. Li Zixuan felt that there was no need for him to help with such a small and delicate task, so he took the opportunity to go out and get some fresh air. The previous heavy workload made him feel a little tired. There were still too few talents in the academy. Yamacho, the scores of all the students have been tabulated. 2 hours later, Mo Zhong came over and said in a low voice, I'll go and take a look. Li Zixuan nodded lightly and walked towards Guanghua Building. When Li Zixuan was still a dozen steps away from the conference room, he heard Li Gang's laughter. I didn't expect this batch of students to achieve such results with only 2 months of preparation time. It's really unexpected, Yan Silu agreed. Yeah, and what's even more shocking is that 21 of the top 50 students are actually from Yamacho's School of Mathematics. That's terrifying. This isn't the information I have. After all, mathematics takes up as much as 50% of the questions in this entrance exam. This was Su Hongji's voice. Hey, I guess Yamacho didn't expect that one of the top 3 students isn't from the School of Mathematics, right? Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat when he heard Wang Ji's last sentence. He quickened his pace and walked in. Who is it? Let me see who's in the top 3. Before Li Zixuan had even entered the room, his voice had already reached them. Li Zixuan's anxious voice had already reached them. Under his tutelage, many mathematics experts emerged from the previous students of the School of Mathematics. Therefore, Li Zixuan was not too surprised that the former students of the School of Mathematics could enter the top 3. What really surprised him was that there were actually others who could break through and squeeze into the top 3. This was somewhat inconceivable. Yamacho is here. Everyone heard and hurriedly made a path. Li Zixuan realized that the originally spacious conference room was actually so crowded. It turned out that more than 70 teachers were all here. Where are the students' results? Let me see. Li Zixuan didn't reprimand these teachers for leaving their posts because they didn't have anything important to do at this time. He just asked lightly, It's here. Yamacho, take a look. This old man will guarantee that you'll be shocked after you read it. Yan Silu handed over a small booklet with a smile. Li Zixuan took it and flipped through it. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he said in surprise, Who is this person? Hurry up and get this person's student record. Early the next morning, as soon as the city gates opened, some scholars went out of the city and went straight to Yanhuang College. Obviously, they were going to look at the results. Originally, the results were said to be released at 7:45 a.m., 8 a.m., so it was useless for them to come so early. They could only wait at the entrance of the college. However, some people were really willing to wait. They liked the feeling of being the first to witness the results. It was just like when countless examinees sat in front of the computer and refreshed the web page over and over again before the results of the modern college entrance examination were released. Feichen, why did you ask us to come so early? Yanhuang College's gates aren't even open yet. The Jinyu trio was also one of the early teams. Chen Tianhua looked at the situation and was immediately dissatisfied. Aren't I afraid that the college will release the results early? Since we're already here, there's no harm in waiting here. And Tianhua, even if you don't come now, you probably won't be able to sleep at home. Don't you think so? Liao Feichen said embarrassedly. Chen Tianhua said unhappily, What do you mean I won't be able to sleep? I think you're the one who can't sleep. Why did you have to drag me and Hong Yi along with you to go crazy? Hua Hongyi waved his folding fan and smiled elegantly. Hee hee. Since we're already here, what's the point of saying more? The scenery on Yinshan is unique. The three of us sitting here and discussing the Tao is also a beautiful thing. Chen Tianhua and Liao Feichen were speechless. Who would want to discuss the Tao with Hua Hongyi at this time? No, I say, Ke, there's still an hour before the results are released. Why are we in such a hurry? Yinshan was packed with people, so the path to Yinshan was naturally congested. Smart people would not choose to ride a carriage, so the two princes, Li Tai and Li Ku, each rode a light horse and rushed towards Yinshan. On the way, Li Tai could feel that the horse under him was about to collapse. He couldn't help but complain to Li Ku. Li Ku said, Tai, we have to hurry. Think about it. There are more than 2,000 candidates this time. If we don't go early, how can we see the rankings later? And didn't you say before that the Yamacho doesn't like us using our identities to cut the queue? How can we not run faster? Li Tai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, Then can't we send 2 guards to help us see? Yes, this is the result of my 2 months of hard work. I want to see the results with my own eyes. Chapter 683. F***CK. There are so many people. After ascending the cloud mountain, Li Tai, who thought he had arrived early, was dumbfounded when he saw the crowd in front of the academy. Among the crowd, there were students who came to take the exam the day before, students' family members, and some who came to watch the fun. The latter made up a significant portion of the crowd. Li Ku said gloomily, How is it? Cool. Did I hit the nail on the head? We won't be able to squeeze in later. No one would have thought that the dignified king of Wei and king of Han would be stuck outside because of the crowd. If news of this got out, it would probably shock everyone. What's the use of complaining now? Let's think of a way to get in first. Li Tai said as he tiptoed to look ahead. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he shouted, Ku, Sun Zifen, Iron Egg, and the others are in front. Let's go to them. Hurry up and follow. With that said, the humanoid titan took the lead and cleared a bloody path for Li Ku. Tai, wait for me. Li Ku came to his senses and hurried to follow. Brother, there are so many people. How are we going to squeeze in? Meng Wenhao was also here to look at the results today, and his little sister, Yaya, also came with him. Looking at the sea of people in front of them, Yaya wrinkled her little nose and looked up. Meng Wenhao thought for a moment and said, Then let's wait for them to finish before we look. When the gates of the academy open, brother will bring Yaya to other places in the academy to play, okay? If he had come alone, he definitely would not have had too many misgivings. However, in the current situation, Meng Wenhao was afraid that these people would go crazy and squeeze Yaya until she got hurt. Therefore, after thinking about it, he decided to let it go. After all, he was not worried about his results at all. Yes. Okay. This academy is so beautiful. Yaya wants to go in and take a look. Yaya was simple-minded and didn't think too much. The little girl looked at the magnificent Yanhuang College and shouted excitedly, Yamacho, the list has been hung. Do you want to let the students in? In the meeting room of Guanghua Building, Mo Zhong walked in and bowed slightly to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan asked casually, Well, what time is it now? There were no clocks in this era, so the only way to tell the time was by looking at the position of the sun. Li Zishuan said that he couldn't do it. It's about 4:45 in the morning. Mo Zhong said after some thought. Then let them come in. In addition, Mo Zhong brings some people to the sports field in advance for the opening ceremony in the afternoon. Yes, Yamacho. Mo Zhong made a sound of agreement and retreated, Li Gang said. I saw that the students this time had good results, but Yamacho only accepted 640 of them. Why didn't you accept more? That's right. Wouldn't it be a pity to let so many outstanding students leave? Yen Silla chimed in. Li Zixuan tapped the table gently with his finger and said after a while, You don't know? The two of you may not know this, but although these students have less time to prepare, the overall difficulty of this exam is relatively low. 52 marks is already the limit I can tolerate. In my opinion, if they can't even get 52 marks, then I feel that they didn't prepare well or have no talent. It would be irresponsible to recruit them. Li Gang and Yen Silla were silent. It's open. It's open. It's finally open. Hey, don't push me. Don't push me. I came first. At the entrance of the academy, just as everyone was chatting in full swing, the crowd saw two men in black walking towards the entrance. The crowd instantly became restless. Yamacho said don't push. Line up and come in one by one. Otherwise, they won't open the door today. Mo Zhong saw the momentum of the students outside, and he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. He quickly shouted. Needless to say, this roar was really useful at the critical moment. The crowd immediately quieted down, and they all began to line up. Only then did Mo Zhong open the academy's gates, and the students filed in order. Where's the list? Where is it? It's in front. It's so big. Are you blind? Hiss. So, that's the list. I thought it was the red silk that Yanhuang College hung for today's opening ceremony. TSK. Ignorant. Damn. You're F*King knowledgeable. Why didn't you say so when you were outside the gate? The result list this time was made by the workshop with a giant red cloth. Because of its size, it could only be hung on the outer walls of the Guanghua building. At first, some candidates did see it through the cracks of the iron gate of the college, but they didn't think about it. After a while, the thousands of people arrived in front of the Guanghua building. Looking up at the giant honor list, everyone hurriedly tried to find their position on it. Oh my God! Tai, you're first place. First place among more than 2,000 candidates. That's amazing. Li Ku, Tai Dan, and Sun Zifan were standing at the front, and the list was as tall as a person, so it was easy for Li Ku to see the words on it. When he saw the name of the person who was ranked first, he was shocked. Oh my God! Chinke, you're amazing! Sun Zifan took a closer look and was immediately stunned. Hearing that, Li Tai looked at the list and saw that it said, Xinguan First Year Autumn. Yanhuang College Entrance Exam Results List. First place Li Tai 100 points. Second place Li Yan 98 points. Third place Meng Wenhao 96 points. Fourth place Jia Jian 93 points. Fifth place Ke 90 points. The moment he saw that he was first place, Li Tai was indeed very happy. However, when he saw the next few rankings, he couldn't help but exclaim, Who is this Li Yan? He squeezed out Meng Wenhao and jumped to second place. Li Tai undoubtedly had a unique advantage in this exam. First of all, he was extremely intelligent since he was young. Being in the royal family, there was no lack of famous teachers teaching him, so his knowledge of classics was naturally outstanding. Secondly, he was very interested in new mathematics. When he was in the mathematics school, his results had always been one of the best. Therefore, it was completely reasonable that he could get first place this time. In contrast, Meng Wenhao's overall score might not be as good as his because he was slightly inferior in the study of classics. But in any case, Li Tai didn't expect that there would be someone he didn't know who could squeeze out Meng Wenhao. This was unbelievable. Ah, Tai, I remember that the Imperial Father just appointed Li Chunfeng to the Imperial Historian Bureau this year. His son is called Li Yin. Chapter 684. Haha, I'm in the 351st place. Haha. I'm in the 250th place too. I'm in the 250th place. Yanhuang College, in front of Guanghua Building. Regardless of whether the results were good or bad, the examinees were generally happy. Those who didn't find their names naturally kept their mouths shut and stared at the huge list with shining eyes. Hey, Iron Egg, I didn't expect our scores to be the same. It seems that I've improved during this time. Sun Ziffin pointed to the middle of the list and smiled proudly at Iron Egg. When he was in the mathematics school, Iron Egg's results were always in the top 5, even though he wasn't in the first place. Sun Ziffin, on the other hand, was always in the lower middle, now that he finally touched Iron Egg's. But how could he not be proud? Iron Egg pursed his lips and stared at the 2 rows of words on the list. 280th place. Iron Egg, 70 points. 281st place. Sun Ziffin, 70 points. After staring for a while, he said in a muffled voice, "Brother Ziffin, you've improved very quickly. Congratulations." Seeing Iron Egg's sullen face, Sun Ziffin coughed twice, wiped away his smile, and asked in a low voice, "Iron Egg, what's wrong with you this time? With your level, this shouldn't be happening." Iron Egg said gloomily, "I don't know how to study Confucian classics, so I didn't get a single point out of the 30%. Didn't get a single point. Does that mean he got full marks in the other parts? What the F asterisk CK? I shouldn't have asked that." Sun Ziffin opened his mouth and suddenly felt like he was hit by 10,000 points of critical hit. Hee. Brother Iron Egg, I got into 619th place. Hu Qian looked away from the list and said excitedly to Iron Egg, she really passed the exam. That's great. I didn't expect you to be able to get into Yanhuang College at the age of 7. Uncle, who must be overjoyed. Iron Egg subconsciously glanced at the bottom of the list. When he saw Hu Guoji's name on it, he patted her shoulder and said happily, Yes. Not only will my parents be happy, but my sister will also be happy if she knows." Sun Ziffin's eyes lit up. "Your sister? As expected. You have an elder sister? Scram! Ziffin, don't go too far." Iron Egg kicked Sun Ziffin and roared angrily, Hey, this young master really got it, and I'm ranked 18th in the total score. Awesome. Now, I have a way to report to Dad." In a corner, Di Jishuan looked into the distance and found his name on the 18th place. He couldn't help but be overjoyed at the thought of being able to study in such an amazing college in the future. At this moment, he was extremely grateful to Li Zishuan. "Although I can still get into Yanhuang College, even without the 10 points that Yamacho helped me cheat, my total score would only be 75 points, and my overall ranking would fall to the 200th place. TSK. I have to say, these 10 points are very important to me. I didn't embarrass Dad." Di Jishuan sighed inwardly, and then turned around to leave triumphantly. He had to go home and share this good news with his father. Besides, there were still 6 hours before the opening ceremony of Yanhuang College. "Tianhua, I got in 380th place. How about you? Did you find your name?" In the crowd, Liao Feichen's neck was sore from looking up. When he finally found his name on the list, he bumped Chen Tianhua's arm and said excitedly, of course, he didn't mean anything by that. He just hoped that all 3 of them would be able to get into Yanhuang College so that they could take care of each other. Chen Tianhua smiled and said, Yeah, I got in too. I'm ranked 120. Wow. Tianhua, you're awesome. Awesome, awesome. Liao Feichen exclaimed. Chun Tianhua shook his head and looked at Hua Hongyi and said, Hong, how about you? I was so focused on finding my name that I didn't notice you. Hua Hongyi waved his folding fan and smiled. I got in too. Ha ha. Now, the three of us can finally reunite at Yanhuang College. When the other two heard that, they were overjoyed. Liao Feichen asked curiously, Hong Yi, what's your rank? Quick, tell us. Looking at this guy's attitude, it seemed like he wanted to compete with Hua Hongyi. Hua Hongyi pointed at a position in front of the list and said, I'm only ranked 58th. Liao Feichen, after being speechless for a while, he roared, Get lost. You have to treat me to lunch. Hee hee. Okay. I'll treat you, but I'm embarrassed. How about you lend me 2 strings of money? Forget it. Let's go to the villager's house for lunch. Brother Yanfu, you actually got 40th place. Awesome. Zhang Sunchong, Fang Yiji, Chu Yanfu, and Yuan Shuo gathered at the front of the group. Yuan Shuo pointed at the list and smiled. Chu Yanfu shook his head, seemingly unsatisfied with the result. Yuan Shuo, you're not bad either. 102nd place. At least we're not rejected by Yanhuang College. Zhang Sunchong smiled. Yanfu, you're so humble. Among the 4 of us, I'm 89th place, and Yiji is 72nd place. You're the only one in front. You definitely won't be able to escape from lunch. Let's go to Zuexian restaurant. Fang Yiji smiled and didn't join in. Chu Yanfu didn't refuse. He thought for a while and said, Fine, Zuexian restaurant it is. But first, I have to order the food. Zhang Sunchong laughed and scolded, Screw you, you're so stingy. On the other side, Meng Wenhao brought Yaya to various buildings in Yanhuang College. Then, thinking that there should be fewer candidates looking at the list, he pulled Yaya and moved closer to Guanghua restaurant. After a while, the brother and sister found a gap in the crowd. Then, Meng Wenhao began to look at the list. Naturally, he looked at it from the front. As expected, Qin Ke is first. Seeing that Li Tai was first, Meng Wenhao's face showed an expression of as expected. But when he saw that Li Tai was in second place, Meng Wenhao's face suddenly became very serious. Then, when he saw Jia Jiayin in fourth place, who was only 3 points behind him, he finally couldn't help but murmur, This exam is really full of experts. I underestimated the heroes of the world. Out of 2,000 candidates, 640 people were selected. Basically, all the talents in the world have entered Yanhuang. This is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 685. As time passed, more and more examinees checked their exam results. There were those who shouted excitedly, those who sighed, and those who were disheartened. There were some who were happy, and some who were sad. Li Zishuan put his hands behind his back and looked at the large group of students of different ages from upstairs. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his heart. It was recorded in the history books that when Li Er opened the imperial examination again, he saw the new examinees entering the palace. He couldn't help but laugh and say, All the heroes in the world are in my hands. He didn't know if Li Er had said this at this time, but now Li Zishuan really wanted to say, All the heroes in the world are in Yanhuang. The youngest of the students who entered Yanhuang College this time was only 6 years old, and the oldest was 26 years old. Of course, most of them were 14 or 15 years old. Thinking of the 2 children who were only 6 years old, Li Zishuan's cheeks couldn't help but twitch. He thought gloomily in his heart, "Are all the children in ancient times so monstrous? What was I doing when I was 6 years old? Playing with mud, peeing against the wind." To be honest, forget about Li Yin. After all, he had an awesome father. But what was the background of this Jia Jiayin? How could he be ranked fourth at the age of 6? All right, the uncultured Li Zixuan was a little confused. But in fact, this Jia Jiayin was quite famous in history. In the Tang Dynasty, a dynasty where there were many prodigies, Jia Jiayin definitely had his own place. According to the history books, when Jia Jiayin was 7 years old, his name as a prodigy had already spread. After Li Er heard about it, he specially set up a banquet in the palace to see him. At that time, Zhang Sun Wuji and Li Ji were also there. They saw that Jia Jiayin was young and looked down on him. Li Ji joked, "What tree did I rely on?" Jia Jiayin said, "Pine tree." Li Ji said, "This is a locust tree. How can you say it's a pine tree?" Jia Jiayin said, "Using a male tree to match a tree, how can you say it's not a pine tree?" Zhang Sun Wuji asked again, "What tree did I rely on?" Jia Jiayin said, "Locust tree." Zhang Sun Wuji said, "You're not going to correct it?" Jia Jiayin said, "There's no need to correct it. You just need to get a ghost-leaning tree," hinting that Zhang Sun Wuji had ulterior motives for asking questions and was purposely making things difficult for him. When Jia Jiayin was 11 or 12 years old, he directly became a jinshi. However, although he was intelligent and eloquent, his appearance was ugly. He was once summoned to the imperial court and asked Li Er to personally decide whether he should stay or leave. In ancient times, if you want to be an official, you must have a good appearance. The ancient people were also members of the Appearance Association. At that time, the court officials all came to see him after the court session. Before anyone else could speak, Li Ji spoke first. "This child's face looks like a ferocious beast's. How can he be smart?" Before the others could answer, Jia Jiayin responded, "Hu Tu is still the prime minister. Why would Feng Xian waste his intelligence?" Insinuating that Li Ji looked like a Hu, but he was able to become the prime minister of the Han people. "Although I am a little ugly, why can't I be smart?" All the officials laughed, and Li Ji was so embarrassed that his face turned red. "Li Yin, Li Chunfeng. I didn't expect Li Chuanfeng's son to be so powerful. Does their family have a deep relationship with mathematics?" Although Li Zixuan didn't know Jia Jiayin, he certainly knew Li Chunfeng, the godlike man who co-authored the pushback chart with Yuan Tiangang. According to records, in order to calculate the fate of the Tang Empire, Li Shimin ordered 2 famous Taoist priests, Li Chunfeng and Yuan Tiangang, to calculate the fate of the Tang Empire. The pushback chart that combined the study of astronomy, poetry, riddles, and pictures into one was born. The pushback chart constructed the historical development trend of China and the world: imperial era, republican era, great unity era. It decreed to future generations that human history would eventually lead to no distinction between black and white, no distinction between north and south, no city and no government, no man and no self, and the world would be one, and all religions would return to one. This book was the most classic futuristic masterpiece in the history of China. Its meticulous creation, meticulous thinking, and miraculous fulfillment far surpassed Nostradamus's great prophecy, The Ages. It should be noted that the pushback chart was not made up by later generations. It was a great work on the study of All the pictures, prophecies, and poems in the book were based on the Book of Changes and could be found in the Book of Changes. Other than the pushback chart, many people didn't know that Li Chunfeng was also very accomplished in astronomy, mathematics, and almanac. His contributions to mathematics were the most prominent. The 10 computational classics that he compiled and annotated became the textbook of mathematics in the Tang Dynasty and later dynasties. If Li Zixuan didn't appear out of nowhere, Li Chunfeng would definitely be the founder of mathematics in the Tang Dynasty. I just don't know if Li Chunfeng can see that I'm a monster with his current level of attainment. Thinking of Li Chunfeng, Li Zixuan couldn't help but worry about whether his identity as a transmigrator would be recognized. After all, the pushback chart in the legends was just too magical. Oh, as expected, I didn't get first place. The descendants of dragons are indeed different. Father's divination skills are really amazing. When more than half of the crowd had dispersed, a 6 or 7-year-old boy wearing a loose green Taoist robe with a face full of childishness and baby fat finally squeezed to the front of the list. Compared to the people around him, the little boy could only reach the waist of others. At this moment, he raised his head and stared at the result list as he spoke softly. Yo, where did this little Taoist come from? He wants to get first place at such a young age. Ha ha. Coincidentally, there was an 11 or 12-year-old scholar with a mole on the right side of his face beside the little Taoist boy. He heard his soft voice and laughed. Hey, this little Taoist boy is quite handsome, but he's a little arrogant. What do you mean by a little arrogant? That's because he's ambitious. Ha ha. The scholar's loud laughter immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding people, causing them to burst into laughter. The little Taoist boy was not annoyed at all. He smiled and said calmly, "Ordinary people think that they're the pot calling the kettle black, but they don't know that I've already taken 10,000 steps forward." After that, he pushed through the crowd and left. Brother Fan, what does this little Taoist boy mean by that? Someone looked at the scholar with the mole on the face and asked. The scholar's face darkened, and he said, angrily, "This little bastard is talking about us who didn't get in. He's mocking him for getting in." Huh, does that mean that the little Taoist really passed the exam? The little Taoist boy walked out of the academy and turned around to look at the 2 towers in the center of Yanhuang College's Guanghua building. He muttered in a voice that only he could hear, "Father said that he's the chosen one of Taoism. I'll be able to see it with my own eyes in the future." Chapter 686, Taiji Palace. The morning court session was in full swing. At this moment, a small eunuch ran in and saw Li'er nod at him. He came to Li'er's side and whispered a few words. All the officials saw a smile on Li'er's face. Clearly, he was very happy now. After the eunuch left, the officials fell silent. Li'er stopped smiling and said seriously, "Everyone, please don't talk about the new mathematics." "My dear officials, there is no need to discuss further. The convenience of the new mathematics is obvious to all. From today onwards, all schools in the various provinces and counties of the Great Tang Empire must start teaching the new mathematics. All officials in the various provinces and counties must also make time to study the new mathematics. Next, if you have something to report, you may leave. If not, the court session is dismissed." The officials looked at each other. If you want to promote the new mathematics, then so be it. Why did you want to dismiss the morning court session so soon? What was the reason? After waiting for a while, no one came forward to report anything. Li'er decisively dismissed the court session and hurriedly left. "Second brother, what do you think that little eunuch said to His Majesty to make him so happy?" On the bridge outside Taiji Palace, Cheng Yaojin asked Qin Xiong in a rough voice. Qin Xiong looked around and said, "Jijia, the emperor's heart is unpredictable. Don't make wild guesses in private." Cheng Yaojin pursed his lips and thought that Qin Xiong was getting more and more cautious. Suddenly, he remembered something and said excitedly, "Oh, Right. Yanhuang College will officially start school in the afternoon. I heard there's a ceremony. Second brother, are you going? Qin Xiong smiled and nodded. Of course I have to go and take a look. He hadn't forgotten that he was the head instructor of this batch of students in Yanhuang College. Of course, he had to go and see what kind of students he was going to train in the future. Cheng Yaojin chuckled and said, "Ha, then I'll go too. In the future, I'll have to help you train those kids." Qin Xiong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't know if Cheng Yaojin was here to help him or to train the students to relieve his boredom. I almost forgot. I don't know if my Chonyo got in this time. I heard there were more than 2,000 people who took the exam yesterday. When Cheng Yaojin thought of Cheng Chumo, he suddenly slapped his head and shouted. When Qin Xiong heard this, he subconsciously thought of Qin Huayu, but he wasn't worried about whether Qin Huayu could pass the exam. Jijia, didn't you inform little Xian last time? What's there to worry about now? Ah, that's right. Ha ha. Then I won't be worried anymore. Ha ha. Let's go home. Cheng Yaojin immediately felt relieved and laughed heartily. Lijiang Palace. Ha ha. Guanyin maid, let me tell you a piece of good news. Ha, Yang Fei is also here. Li Erlong strode to Empress Zhangsuan's residence. Just as he walked in, he saw Yang Fei talking and laughing with Empress Zhangsun. Greetings, Your Majesty. The two intellectual beauties bowed down and saluted Li Er. Ha ha, don't stand on ceremony. Li Er laughed dryly and sat on the couch that the two of them had just sat on. Seeing this, Zhangsun smiled and said, "What kind of good news makes Your Majesty so happy?" Yang Fei also pursed her lips and looked at Li Er. Li Er's face was full of smiles as he said, "I have just received news that Qinke has won first place in the examination of Yanhuang Academy. Although this is just an ordinary examination, the students who participated in it are more than 2,000 young talents from the 365 states and counties of the Tang Empire. I didn't expect Qinke to win first place." Ha ha! Empress Zhangsun was delighted when she heard this. "Qinke is so amazing. Then, Your Majesty, how did Ku do in the exam?" Empress Zhangsun remembered that Yang Fei was still beside her, so she asked. When Yang Fei heard that Li Tai won first place, her face was also filled with joy. However, when she heard Empress Zhangsun ask about Li Ku's results, a trace of hope instantly appeared in her beautiful eyes. Li Er thought for a moment and said, "Oh, I remember that Ku got 15th place in the exam, which is also very good. Ha ha, my sons, no matter where they are outstanding." At the end, Li Er couldn't help but be smug. Empress Zhangsun and concubine Yang both broke into smiles. "Oh, Chonyo, you're back? Come and tell this old man, how did you do in the exam?" Today, after the morning court, Cheng Yaojin returned home and practiced Tai Chi twice before he saw Cheng Chumo coming back from outside. He wiped his sweat and hurriedly waved to Cheng Chumo and asked. Cheng Chumo seemed to be in a good mood. This was the first time he was in a good mood when being asked about his results. He laughed proudly and said, "Ha ha, Dad, I've won glory for you this time. Guess what rank I got this time?" Cheng Yaojin slapped him. He glared and said, "Guess my ass. I'm asking you. You brat, quickly answer truthfully." Cheng Chumo, who was in a state of excitement, suddenly felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured on his heart. He rubbed the back of his head and said gloomily, "Fine, I'll say it. Dad, why did you hit me?" Seeing that Cheng Yaojin was about to continue hitting him, he hurriedly said, I'll say it. Dad, I got 65 points this time and ranked 365. The Academy has admitted a total of 640 people this time. Dad, how is it? Am I very good? When old Chung heard this, he understood that his son had passed the exam with his own ability. He felt a burst of joy in his heart, but he said disdainfully, "What's there to brag about with only 65 points? I, old Chung, have lost all my face because of you, brat." "Hey, no, Dad, be reasonable. There are more than 2,000 students taking the exam this time. Xiaoshuan's personal disciple, Iron Egg, only got 70 points. I'm not ashamed." Chung Chumo immediately complained. Moreover, this guy had obviously learned some buzzwords from Li Zishuan. His mouth was full of vulgarities. Chung Yaojin was stunned. Then he restrained the disdain on his face and said, "Well, that's more like it, but you have to hurry up with your martial arts. I heard that Iron Egg is about to enter the tempered body stage. If he surpasses you by then, old Chung, can't afford to lose face." Chung Chumo replied sullenly, "Oh, I know." Chung Yaojin suddenly said happily, "Hey, if you don't hurry up, I'll personally go to Yanhuang College this month to urge you. You must know that you have to train in the first month of school. Your Uncle Chin and I will be your instructors." "Ha ha." Chung Chumo curled his lips indifferently and said, "There are so many weak scholars in the academy. They're not afraid, so why should I be afraid?" In this guy's mind, if you asked him to compete with others in learning, he might be scared, but it was a competition of training. Hee, Chung Chumo said that whoever wanted to compete with him, just bring it on. How could Chung Yaojin not know what his son was thinking? He turned around and flicked his sleeves. "When the time comes, you better not fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll find a way to let you break through to the Chi stage within a month. As for this find a way, what could there be? Wasn't it still to train desperately?" Chung Chumo obviously wasn't stupid. When he heard this, he immediately jumped up and said, "Hey, Dad, am I really your biological son?" Chapter 687. It was noon. A bullock cart arrived at the foot of Mount Yinshan. Ma Zhou was at the front. The bullock cart seemed to be covered with a red cloth, for followers of the school of Mo were dispatched to guard the bullock cart. When they arrived at the top of the mountain, Li Zishuan, Li Gang, Yen Silu, and the other teachers of the school were all waiting at the entrance of the school. "Yamacho, the plaque of Yanhuang College has been transported from the workshop." Ma Zhou stopped the bullock cart in front of the school and said to Li Zishuan, "Well, thank you for your hard work, Brother Ma." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Mo Zhong and Mo Yun were very perceptive. They led the 4 followers of the school of Mo to carry the plaque down from the cart. Then, under Li Zishuan's command, they hung the plaque covered with red silk in the middle of the beam of the school's entrance. Looking at the originally bare lintel of the academy, there was suddenly a square and dignified horizontal plaque, and the red silk on it made it seem more festive. Li Zishuan was a little excited. He pointed at the horizontal plaque, looked at the crowd, and said in a deep voice, "Dear teachers, this is the plaque of our Yanhuang College. It was written by His Majesty himself. I hope that every time you pass by here, you will think about the meaning of the 2 words Yanhuang. Think about the responsibilities on your shoulders as teachers of the school. Don't let His Majesty down, and don't tarnish the noble profession of being a teacher." The dozens of teachers of the school were surprised and proud when they heard that the plaque was written by Li Zishuan himself. However, when they heard what Li Zishuan said after that, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Then they cupped their hands together and said, "We will remember Yamacho's teachings." Li Zishuan nodded. Then he looked at Li Gang and said, "Teacher, you are a virtuous person of Yanhuang College. you are the most suitable person to unveil the plaque of the school. No, no, no. This old man is old. Yamacho, you should choose someone else. Li Gang was just about to wave his hand and decline when a wave of persuasion sounded from the side. Yamacho is right. Mr. Li, you are the most suitable. Please go. Yeah, there's no one more suitable than you. This was not fawning, but the truth. No one dared to question Li Gang's qualifications and status. Seeing this, Li Gang could only helplessly say, "All right then, this old man will overstep his authority just this once." After saying that, he came to the front of the academy. Li Zishuan handed over the red string with the red silk and said, "Mister, please." Li Gang took it with a smile. With a gentle tug, the red silk on the plaque slowly floated down. Yanhuang College appeared in golden calligraphy in front of everyone's eyes, reflecting the noon sun. Everyone couldn't help but squint their eyes. The brushwork is exquisite. The strokes are elegant and graceful. The strokes are tactful and reserved. It's like moving clouds and flowing water. The whole body is vigorous and beautiful. The strokes are dense and dense. The majestic momentum is like a flying dragon. His Majesty's semicursive already has 70% of Wang Youjuan's true meaning. Li Gang squinted his eyes and couldn't help but exclaim. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Our Yanhuang College is finally complete. Everyone, prepare well for the opening ceremony in the afternoon." 1:30 in the afternoon. The students who went out for lunch began to return to the academy one after another. Under the guidance of the teachers and guards, they came to the sports field on the west side of the teaching building. Naturally, there were teachers here to verify their student status. Then, according to the class distribution list issued by the academy, these teachers would inform the students of their respective classes and where they should stand during the opening ceremony. There were a total of 640 students in this year's batch. They were divided into 16 classes, with 40 people in each class. However, Class 1 was an exception. There were 44 people in Class 1 who were the original students of the School of Mathematics. Yes, that's right. This time, all the students of the School of Mathematics were admitted to Yanhuang College. The reason why they were assigned to Class 1 was that their learning progress was not the same as the other students. Secondly, this was a reward given by Li Zishuan for their contribution to Yanhuang College during the field break. Today's opening ceremony of Yanhuang College wasn't only open to the students who passed the exam. If the rest of the people wanted to see it, they could watch from outside. Therefore, in addition to the 600 people standing on the lawn of the sports field, there was also a large circle of people outside. Most of them were students who didn't pass the exam this time. They looked at the lush green lawn, the smooth and flat circular track, and the ascending platform, rostrum. They couldn't help but talk about it. The grass here grows so neatly. It should be specially trimmed, right? It's possible. I just don't know why Yanhuang College has such a large lawn. Could it be that it's specially used to hold today's ceremony? I just walked around. This Yanhuang College is really beautiful. It's not inferior to the heavenly palace in the sky. Unfortunately, I was only 3 points short. Otherwise, I would be standing here now. Bro, that's nothing. I was only 1 point short. That would be a pity. Then I can only take the exam next time. I just don't know when the next time will be. How many people will Yanhuang College recruit? Look at what that is. Just as everyone was discussing in low voices, a yellow ball with a round top suddenly floated over from the south of the cloud mountain. That thing looked like a cloud or a fire. It floated slowly towards the cloud platform by the side of the sports field from a height of more than 10 feet above everyone's heads. Wow, there's fire on it. There's someone on it. That's Yenhuang College's Yamacho. I saw it during the exam before. Oh my God! Yenhuang College's Yamacho is flying. God. Tisk. What God? That's a celestial lamp made by Yenhuang College's Yamacho. It destroyed the Seven Cultivators sect, and even toured Chang and City on the 15th of August. You don't even know about this. Whoa, that's a celestial lamp. On the 15th of August, on the night of the full moon, 1,000 girls will chase after each other, and an immortal will fly out of the sky. Hee hee. Brother Meng, you know quite a lot. Where did you spend the night before? Cough, cough, cough. Of course, it was at the inn. Where else could it be? Obviously, some of the students who lived in or near Chang and City knew the inside story. As word of mouth spread, more and more people understood that the flying object in the sky was the legendary celestial lamp. Moreover, this was the first time the celestial lamp appeared in front of the world during the day. Therefore, all the students were excited, regardless of whether they had seen it before or not. Yenhuang College's opening ceremony hadn't even started yet, but the atmosphere had already reached a climax. Chapter 688. When the fairy lamp was first made, Li Zixuan had forgotten to design a part that could control the direction of the fairy lamp due to his thoughtlessness. However, so much time had passed since then, and Li Zixuan had already installed 4 hand-crank turbofans for the fairy lamp to control the direction of the lamp. However, it just so happened that the south wind was blowing today, so he didn't need to operate anything at all. He just had to put his hands behind his back and let the fairy lamp drift in the direction of the rostrum on the sports field in an extremely pretentious manner. In fact, his floating posture high in the sky with his hands behind his back really shocked a lot of people. The students looked up at Li Zixuan in the sky in a daze, and a trace of yearning uncontrollably appeared in their eyes. Whoosh! When it was about to reach the rostrum, Li Zixuan threw a throwing knife tied to a rope from the basket. Everyone in the field only felt a flash of cold light, and then they saw a rope connecting the fairy lamp to the ground. After that, the fairy lamp continued to move north for a while due to inertia, and then it couldn't move anymore. Boom! After witnessing Li Zixuan's amazing operation with their own eyes, the students in the field, regardless of whether they passed the exam or not, were all in an uproar. This fairy lamp can be used like this. It's just like the flying magical artifacts of the immortals in the novels. I used to read on Tang daily that engineering can let people soar above the 9 heavens. At that time, I didn't believe it. Now that I've come to Chang and come to Yenhuang College and see it with my own eyes, I'm completely convinced. Yenhuang College is mighty. Engineering is amazing. No way. I must get into Yenhuang College next year, no matter what. Yes, yes. Me too. Standing on the fairy lamp, Li Zixuan looked at the shocked and noisy students below with a smile on his face. He was very satisfied with the deterrent effect. At this time, Mo Zhong below made a gesture to Li Zixuan, indicating that all the freshmen of Yenhuang College's first batch were present. Li Zixuan nodded, looked at the field, and said calmly, "Hello, students. I'm Li Zixuan, a Yamacho from Yenhuang College. First of all, on behalf of all the gentlemen of Yenhuang College, I welcome you to join us. The term students originated from Zhuangzi, Journey to the North, Yuigan, and Shenong Yu Leilongji. Clap, clap, clap. Oh, okay." Following Li Zixuan's words, the initially noisy crowd gradually quietened down. It was as if his voice had some kind of magical power. When Li Zixuan's voice fell, a loud clap, clap, clap sound rang out from the west side of the sports field. The students looked towards the direction of the sound and discovered that the students of class 1 were clapping their hands. Moreover, their faces were filled with madness, and their mouths were still screaming and cheering nonstop. The students of the other classes couldn't help but look at each other. They didn't know what Class 1's reaction meant. In fact, they couldn't be blamed. After all, at present, clapping and cheering was a custom passed down from the original school of mathematics. Therefore, Li Zixuan wasn't unhappy when he saw that only Class 1's students were clapping for him. He gestured with his hand, and the applause stopped immediately. He continued, "Being able to stand out among thousands of candidates proves that you are all outstanding. Of course, students who didn't pass this time shouldn't be discouraged. You are still very young, and there are still many opportunities." When he said that, the students standing in line on the field suddenly smiled. The students who didn't pass the exam outside the field clenched their fists and secretly cheered themselves on. After pausing for a moment, Li Zixuan continued, "I don't know how many of you still remember the article on the Tang Dynasty Daily 2 months ago, 'What is engineering?' At that time, I said that engineering can allow people to make more advanced farming tools, thus allowing our Tang dynasty to have more arable land and no longer have to worry about grain. Engineering can allow people to make faster and steadier vehicles. One day, we can travel between Chang and Luoyang in a day, and we will no longer need to travel back and forth between various parts of the Tang dynasty. Engineering can create even more powerful weapons, allowing our great Tang to stand at the top of the world, making all the barbarians submit to us, and all the countries come to congratulate us. Engineering can even create flying tools, allowing mortals to soar above the 9 heavens and overlook the magnificent mountains and rivers of our great Tang." I still remember how many people questioned my words at that time. However, in just a few days, the fairy lamp appeared out of nowhere and gave all the doubters a resounding slap in the face. Today, does anyone still dare to say that I'm bragging? At this moment, Li Zixuan's face was full of arrogance and haughtiness, but no one felt the slightest bit of disgust. Young people were all hot-blooded. Li Zixuan exuded a domineering aura that showed that he wasn't afraid of going against the whole world. The students couldn't help but feel deep admiration for him. Clap, clap, clap. Under Li Tai's lead, the students of Class 1 clapped their hands. This time, they wouldn't be alone because most of the students of the other classes understood the meaning of applause. In an instant, the sports field was filled with thunderous applause. In both his previous and current lives, this was the first time Li Zixuan was a principal, the first time he gave a speech to his students, and the first time he received so much applause. Even though he was now a martial arts grandmaster, he still couldn't help but feel a little emotional. After a few breaths, when the applause gradually died down, Li Zixuan stared at the students below and said loudly, "Yanhuang College is an institution that specializes in creating miracles. Here, you can also stand on the clouds like me and overlook the world. The dreams I mentioned before will also be realized by your own hands. It doesn't need a few hundred years or decades, just a few years or a dozen years. The vehicles that can travel 1,000 miles in a day, the powerful weapons, and even the tools that can transmit messages from 1,000 miles away can all be created by one of you. At that time, you will be promoted and become nobles, and your names will spread far and wide. The future of Tang will be written by you. As long as you're willing to work hard, anything is possible. In Yanhuang College, there's nothing you can't think of, but there's nothing you can't do. Here, in my capacity as the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, I invite you to create and witness together the miracles that belong to Yanhuang College." Clap, clap, clap. The students, who were already surging with emotions, were stimulated by Li Zixuan's provocative speech. They were so excited that they could only clap their hands as hard as they could. At this moment, they finally deeply understood the wonderful use of applause. It could release the excitement in their hearts. This kid is really good at motivating people. In the future, when we catch him in the army and let him shout a few words like this, wouldn't that group of bastards scream and raise their swords to kill people? Cheng Yaojin, who was sitting on the rostrum, chuckled in a low voice. Chapter 689, updated for Alliance leader Jin Yen, January 22nd. Yanhuang College, Sports Field, Rostrum. Jijie, don't think too much. Xiao Xian's contribution to teaching students is no less than killing enemies on the battlefield. Besides, he's the only child in his family. Qin Xiong heard Cheng Yaojin's nonsense and couldn't help but scold him. In fact, even if he didn't talk about his identity as the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, Qin Xiong didn't want Cheng Yaojin to bring Li Zixuan to the battlefield. After all, his life was saved by Li Zixuan. Moreover, because of his relationship with Han Yushi, Li Zixuan could be considered half of Qin Xiong's son-in-law. Therefore, from a personal point of view, Qin Xiong didn't want Li Zixuan to take risks on the battlefield. Besides, Qin Xiong's strength now was better than back then. This old general felt that even if there was a war, he should be the one to fight, and not Li Zixuan. Second brother, I think you don't want this kid to go to the battlefield, right? Cheng Yaojin wasn't stupid. The old demon's eyes flashed, and he suddenly laughed. Niu Jinda and Yu Qigong on the side smiled, but didn't say anything. At this time, Li Zixuan, who was on the fairy lamp in front of the rostrum, said affectionately, looking at your slightly childish but full of vitality and fighting spirit, I suddenly thought of something. I want to give you all and encourage you all. For the time being, let's call it Young China. When he said the last few words, Li Zixuan's voice became unusually sonorous and powerful. Feeling the seriousness in Li Zixuan's tone, everyone focused their attention on the young man in the sky. They saw Li Zixuan close his eyes slightly. After a while, he suddenly opened them. His slightly magnetic but full of power instantly spread to every corner of the field. Is a country old or young? Let's talk about old and young first. Old people often think about the past. Young people often think about the future. Thinking about the past, that's why there's nostalgia. Thinking about the future, that's why there's hope. Only nostalgia, therefore, is conservative. Only hope, therefore, is aggressive. Only by being conservative can the old be everlasting. Only by being progressive can the old be renewed. He who thinks only of the past, that everything is as it is, therefore knows only to follow the rules. He who thinks only of the future, that everything is as it is, therefore dares to make exceptions. That's right. Li Zixuan was planning to bring the famous Ode to Young China from his previous life to the Tang Dynasty. As for whether there was a China in the Tang Dynasty, it was obvious that there was. The origin of the word China originated from the Zhou Dynasty, because the region of China where the Zhou Dynasty was located belonged to the Central Region at that time. They called the kingdom they lived in China, which meant the Central Kingdom. But at this time, China was still very small, and it was only a geographical and cultural concept ruled by the Zhou Dynasty. As the dynasties changed, the territory of China slowly expanded. During the Western Zhou Dynasty, China not only included the Western Zhou Dynasty's own territory, but also extended to the middle and lower reaches of the Yellow River, where the Western Zhou Dynasty's vassal states were located. When it came to the Eastern Zhou Dynasty, part of the Yangtze River Basin also belonged to China. During the Qin and Han dynasties, China was about the same size as our current country. After the Han Dynasty, China generally referred to the country and dynasty established by the Han Dynasty. But after the ethnic minorities ruled the Central Plains, in order to gain the psychological recognition of the Han Dynasty, they also established their own country as China. Later on, the Sui, Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, Qing, and other dynasties after thousands of years, in addition to using their own country's name, they all used China as the country's name, and also used China as the country's name when they were sent to foreign countries. It's just that this guy had always been speaking in vernacular, but now he suddenly started to speak in classical Chinese, which made all the students stunned. Fortunately, the sentences were relatively simple, otherwise it would have been difficult to understand. Don't think that ancient people like to listen to classical Chinese. They usually communicated in vernacular. But there was a problem, and that was that this ode to young China had offended some people, especially the elderly, but Li Zixuan believed that people who could truly understand the true meaning of this article would certainly not be so superficial as to think that this article was belittling the elderly. The elderly are often worried. The young are often fond of pleasure. But because they are worried, they are discouraged. Because they are fond of pleasure, they are vigorous. But because they are discouraged, they are timid. Because they are vigorous, they are heroic. But because they are timid, they are complacent. Because they are heroic, they are adventurous. But because they are complacent, they can destroy the world. Because they are adventurous, they can create the world. The elderly are often tired of things. The young are often happy. But because they are tired of things, they often feel that all things are impossible. Because they are good, they often feel that all things are possible. The elderly are like the sunset. The young are like the morning sun. The elderly are like barren cows. The young are like young tigers. The elderly are like monks. The young are like chivalrous heroes. The elderly are like dictionaries. The young are like plays. The personality of the elderly and the young are generally different. Man is inherent, and so is the country. The elderly are timid. The elderly are world-weary. The elderly don't dare to take risks. The elderly are like old cows. Hearing this, the students in the audience listened with great interest, but the faces of some of the old gentlemen from the academy turned dark. Li Gang, Yen Silu, and the others were better off. After all, they were well educated. Wang Ji, on the other hand, did not have such a good temper. The old guy was so angry that his face turned red. If it weren't for Su Jihong stopping him, he probably would have jumped from the rostrum directly into the celestial lamp to fight with Li Zixuan. Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong did not understand, so they could only stare at each other. They were not angry at all. At this moment, Li Zixuan did not care about the feelings of Wang Ji and the others. He was recalling the article and couldn't help but indulge in it. It is the responsibility of China's youth to create a future young China. What is the point of being old and rotten? The day of parting with this world is not far away. As a youth, I am a newcomer and have fate with this world. China is a cow, a horse, a slave, and a scribe. The cruelty of cooking and whipping is something that only I, a youth, can bear. If China dominates the universe and is in charge of the earth, the honor and glory of commanding Gupan is something that only I, a youth, can enjoy. What is the point of being neighbors with ghosts when the other side is dying? If one is indifferent to it, there is nothing to be said. If I am indifferent to it, there is nothing to be said. If the young people of the country are indeed young, then our China will be the country of the future, and its progress will be immeasurable. In order to conform to the current situation of the Tang Empire, Li Zixuan removed some inappropriate parts in the original article, such as opium and so on. At this point, some of the old people present gradually realized that the purpose of Li Zixuan's speech was not to scold them at all. Although the words were disrespectful, after experiencing it, It seemed that there was no such intention. Li Zixuan was guiding and educating the young people present. Li Gang, who had dedicated his life to the cause of education, was especially excited at this moment. His body was even trembling. If not for Yen Silu supporting him, he might have fallen down. Well said. This is education. If this child was born 10 years earlier, then our Tang Empire would have produced many talents because of him. Li Gang's face was red with excitement as he muttered to himself. Chapter 690, updated for Alliance leader Jin Yen, February 22nd. On the sports field, Li Zixuan looked at the students standing below the field. What made him happy was that many of them were standing upright and listening very seriously. From their faces, it could be seen that they understood his good intentions. At this moment, Li Zixuan was both happy and satisfied. Although today's article was circulated, it was very likely that it would be used by people with ulterior motives to say that he did not respect his elders. However, as long as these students listened to him, so what if he was slandered? Thinking of this, Li Zixuan took a deep breath, because this was the climax of the article. Therefore, today's responsibility does not lie with others, but with me, the youth. Youth's wisdom is the wisdom of the country. Youth's wealth is the wealth of the country. Youth's strength is the strength of the country. Youth's independence is the independence of the country. Youth's freedom is the freedom of the country. Youth's progress is the progress of the country. When the red sun rises, it shines brightly. When the river flows out, it flows into the vast ocean. When the hidden dragon soars, its scales and claws fly. When the tiger roars, all the beasts are frightened. When the falcon tests its wings, the wind blows. When the rare flower is born, it is the first flower. When the general rises, it is the light of the sun. When the sky is blue, the earth is yellow. Even if there is an eternity, there are 8 wastelands. The future is like the sea. The future is long. At this point, Li Zixuan's voice suddenly rose in pitch. He pointed majestically at the sky and said loudly, "My beautiful young China is not old with the heavens." Then he pointed to the ground and roared, "My strong young China is boundless with the country." Li Zixuan thought of the sufferings that this nation would have to endure in another 1,000 years. They would be bullied by a tiny country to the point where they would wish they were dead. He thought of the restrictions and sanctions imposed by the U.S. in the modern era. Li Zixuan was indescribably furious. He wanted this nation to flourish for a long time. He wanted the great Tang, the dynasty that all Han people were proud of, to last for eternity. He wanted China's technology to lead the world forever. He wanted the Han people to be able to stand tall and stand at the top of the world forever. Therefore, he shouted the last 2 sentences with all his strength as a grandmaster. His voice was so loud that it resounded not only in the sports field, but also in the entire cloud mountain. The birds in the woods next to the academy were so frightened that they flew into the distance. The content of these 2 sentences, as well as the majestic aura of Li Zixuan's roaring, made the people in the sports field felt their blood pressure soar, and their faces and necks were red. Boom. Clap, clap, clap. Goods. Yamacha, well said. This time, there was no need for any discussion at all. After a few breaths of silence, the crowd below the field suddenly burst into deafening cheers. At this moment, whether it was the Yanhuang College students or the unfortunate ones who failed, they all had a common language, and that was to applaud. At this moment, only by applauding with all their might could they release the excitement and hot-bloodedness that had been suppressed in their hearts for a long time. Otherwise, they would really go crazy from holding it in. The atmosphere of the entire start-of-term ceremony was pushed to the highest climax. Because of this, even Li Gang, who had lived for almost a lifetime and was indifferent to life and death, couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart at this moment. He looked at Li Zixuan and also clapped with all his might, not to mention the other teachers in the academy, especially some of the younger ones. The kind of worship and fanaticism they had for Li Zixuan at this moment was probably comparable to the little fangirls of some modern celebrities. Good. Well said. Cheng Yaojin didn't understand the first part, but old Cheng could still understand the last two sentences. Old Monster felt that Li Zixuan's two sentences were F*** domineering, so he also stood up and applauded Li Zixuan. Ha ha. Good. Well said. What a beautiful young China, immortal with the heavens. What a strong young China, boundless with the country. I didn't come here in vain today. Ha 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 ha. After a long while, the applause and cheers on the field gradually subsided. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a group of people walked from outside the field to the rostrum. The person in the lead was surprisingly Li'er. Greetings, Your Majesty, Qin Xiong Cheng Yaojin, and the other generals sitting on the rostrum hurriedly ran down and bowed 3 steps in front of Li'er. Li Zixuan was a little confused. Why did old Li come over to join in the fun at the opening ceremony? This guy had obviously forgotten that Li'er was the nominal dean of Yanhuang College. However, this was obviously not the time to think about this. He had to go down and bow. The height of the fairy lamp was only about 2 stories high, about 6 to 7 meters. Li Zixuan gathered his qi on the tip of his toes and jumped down from the hanging basket. Then he ran to Li'er and bowed. Greetings, Your Majesty. Li'er glanced at the fairy lamp and glared at Li Zixuan unhappily. He was probably blaming Li Zixuan for showing off such a national treasure again. My beloved subjects, you may dispense with the formalities. I'm just here to take a look. He was just here to take a look, but when the students on the field saw Li Zixuan come down and bow to Li'er, they were all dumbfounded. Among these people, who had lived for so many years, how many of them had seen the emperor with their own eyes? Now, Li'er, the emperor of Tang Empire, was actually standing in front of them. Many people were so shocked that their jaws dropped. They never thought that a small opening ceremony could actually alarm such a big shot like Li'er. What did this mean? It meant that the emperor valued Yanhuang College. At this moment, the students were even more optimistic about their own future and the future of Yanhuang College. Greetings, Your Majesty. Among so many people, there was finally a smart person. A student came to his senses and bowed to Li'er. The rest of the students quickly followed. Greetings, Your Majesty. Instantly, there was another wave of greetings. Li'er didn't take it to heart. He raised his hands and said loudly, "Dispense with the formalities." Then, he felt that it wasn't right to stand on the field like this. So, he looked at Li Zixuan and then looked at the celestial lamp in the sky. He signaled Li Zixuan to send him up. He wanted to speak. After Li Zixuan understood Li'er's gaze, he couldn't help but sweat in his heart. He secretly wondered when old Li started to follow the trend. Although that was what he thought, Li Zixuan wouldn't say it out loud. He used all his strength to jump up. First, he jumped up to the rostrum that was only 1 story high. Then, he used the momentum to jump up to the celestial lamp. This was the benefit of having kung fu. Next, he adjusted the power of the celestial lamp so that it slowly decreased. Li'er nodded with satisfaction. In fact, today was his first time riding this thing. The works supervisor had already replicated the celestial lamp, but no one dared to let Li'er go up. They said that it was unstable. Looking at it, only Li Zixuan's celestial lamp was more reliable. Under the personal control of Li Zixuan, the celestial lamp floated up to the sky again. But this time, he could only retreat behind the scenes. Old Li had to be in the limelight, in front of everyone. Chapter 691. On the celestial lamp in front of the rostrum, Li Er stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the thousands of students below. He felt the breeze blowing in his ears and was in a good mood. The students below the field saw that Li Zishuan was looking at them. These students who had just listened to Li Er's speech were already excited, but they didn't dare to make a sound at this time. They pursed their lips tightly and clenched their hands. They looked at the basket under Li Er's feet as if they were on a pilgrimage. Of course, they didn't dare to look directly at Li Er's face. Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, and other military leaders who were originally sitting on the rostrum didn't dare to sit there anymore. They could only go down and stand with Fang Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, and Chu Suiliang, who came with Li Er. Li Er looked at the students below and said, "I am the emperor of the Tang Empire and also the dean of Yanhuang College. Today, I see so many young talents joining Yanhuang College. I am very pleased. As the dean of Yanhuang College, I also have something to say to you." At this moment, many people suddenly remembered that De Tang Daily once said that Li Er was the dean of Yanhuang College. The students on the field couldn't help but hold their breath. After all, this kind of opportunity to listen to the emperor's speech was hard to come by in their lifetime. I entered school at the age of 4 and began to practice martial arts at the age of 5. No matter the cold weather or the hot weather, I have never slacked off. It was because of the accumulation of years of learning that I was able to eliminate the 18 rebellious kings in the world. Therefore, I hope that after you enter Yanhuang College, you must be vigilant and diligent. The competition here will be very fierce. The capable will advance, and the mediocre will retreat. Only those with outstanding ability will have the opportunity to be put in an important position by the imperial court. I hope that you can be the young man who frightened China with a tiger cub roaring in the valley. You can be the young man of the Tang Empire. I have always believed that meritorious deeds should be rewarded and wrongdoings should be punished. As long as you have meritorious deeds for the Tang Empire, I will never be stingy with rewards. Therefore, during your time in Yanhuang College, you are to display your intelligence and wisdom. Let me see your talents. Do you all understand? This student understands. For His Majesty, for the great Tang, I will do my best until my death. Someone in the crowd shouted, and the people behind him immediately followed. This student understands. For His Majesty, for the great Tang, I will do my best until I die. For a moment, this was the only sound that could be heard on the sports field. This kind of roar, sonorous and powerful, with thousands of people following, made Li Er feel heroic. He thought to himself, no wonder that brat Li Zishuan was so excited just now. The feeling of standing here and looking down was indeed different. Li Zishuan, who was standing behind Li Er, innocently took the blame again. He was really wronged. Next, Li Er said a few more words to encourage the students to study hard. Then he got off the fairy lamp and floated away. This time, the start of term ceremony was about to come to an end. Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Chu Suiliang naturally left with Li Er. However, before Fang Xianling left, he specially praised Li Zishuan. Li Zhanshi's ode to young China is really enlightening. This old man hasn't heard such a good article that makes one's soul tremble for a long time. The article is good, and the person is also good. You are a rare young talent in the Tang Empire. I hope my son can learn something from this Yanhuang College. When Fang Xianling turned around and left, Li Zishuan saw that he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Obviously, Old Fong was very happy in his heart. Then Li Zishuan walked up to the rostrum and began to explain the matters related to enrollment to the new students. As for why he didn't use the fairy lamp, it was mainly because this thing had been played with by him for the whole afternoon and was almost out of oil. Ahem, he didn't want to fall from the sky halfway through his speech. Well, today's start-of-term ceremony of Yanhuang College has come to an end. Next, let's invite the head teachers of each class to lead the students in your class to visit the college and familiarize themselves with the use of some of the new tools inside the college. Make sure that every student knows how to use them. In the future, don't make a fool of yourself on the night of September 15th again. It would have been better if he didn't mention it. Now that he mentioned it, more than half of the seniors all blushed when they thought of the embarrassing scene of a bunch of naked men chopping bamboo in the bamboo forest of the college that night. They couldn't help but want to find a hole to hide in. Hey, September 15th. School hasn't started yet. Yes, school hasn't started yet. How could the college make a fool of itself? Could it be all the students didn't know what was going on? They looked at their head teachers in front of the group with curious eyes. Some of the braver ones even whispered in the audience. After some guesses, they almost pointed out the truth of the matter. Yes, Yamacho. In order to prevent the students from continuing to guess, the 16 head teachers below the stage responded in unison. Li Zishuan nodded, then coughed twice to signal the students below to be quiet, and then said, "Since you've entered Yanhuang College, you have to abide by the rules here. No matter what family background you have outside, you only have one identity here, and that is a student of Yanhuang College. Anyone who doesn't abide by the rules will only have one outcome, and that is to be expelled from the college and never to be recruited in the future." Hearing Li Zishuan speak so seriously, all the students' faces began to become dignified. Seeing this, Li Zishuan continued with satisfaction. Yanhuang College has a lot of rules. Later, your head teacher will give you a student handbook. Please be sure to read it carefully. All the rules mentioned in it must be strictly followed. The college will establish a student union in the future. Students with excellent grades will be elected to the student union to hold positions. The student union's function is to rectify the phenomenon of noncompliance within the college, so don't take any chances. I can recruit you today, and I can also expel you from the college in the future. At this moment, everyone's heart trembled. They finally understood that entering Yanhuang College didn't mean that they could sit back and do whatever they wanted in the future. If they didn't do well, they might even be expelled from the college. Li Zishuan thought for a while and added, "In addition, after today's tour of the college, you will have 2 days off. After 2 days, all of you will gather at the college. At that time, the college will organize a 1-month military training for all students. In principle, no one is allowed to take leave, so please cherish these 2 days of leave." Chapter 692. Yamacho. A rich businessman named Chao Wendong wants to see you. He said you asked him to come here. After the opening ceremony ended, the students of Yanhuang Academy were brought around by their respective homeroom teachers to tour the academy. The scholars who had failed the exam also returned home to find their mothers. Of course, after participating in such an exciting opening ceremony, most of them were even more determined to get into Yanhuang Academy. At this time, Li Zishuan could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He was the busiest person in the academy these days. Just as he was about to return to the Yunshan courtyard to admire the flowers with his wife in his arms, Emo Zhong quickly walked over and bowed. Oh, right. I almost forgot about that. Emo Zhong, bring Mr. Chao to my office first. I'll be there soon. Li Zishuan hurriedly instructed when he heard that. Yes, Yamacho. Emo Zhong responded and turned to leave. Li Zishuan said to the curious Li Gang and Yen Silu beside him, I have some things to deal with now, so I'll have to excuse myself. Gentlemen, you've worked hard these 2 days. Please go back and rest early. It was convenient for Li Gang to go back and rest because he had a villa in Yunshan. As for Yen Silu, he didn't have a villa in Yunshan, so he could only go back to his house in Chang. And in the academy, other than Li Zishuan, only Li Gang was a professor, so the old man could get a house. As for Yen Silu, it wasn't that Li Zishuan was stingy and didn't want to give him the title of professor, but Yen Silu himself refused. According to him, the current teachers in the academy were just a temporary team. Most of them, including him, didn't have any teaching experience. If he was given the title of professor, it would be difficult to convince the others. At present, the only professor who could convince everyone was Li Gang. Therefore, in the first phase of Yunshan Villa, only 3 buildings were occupied. They were his Li Gang's and Yen Xiaoning's. Well, good, Yamacho, go ahead. Brother Yen and I are both in good health. Li Gang stroked his beard and smiled. Yen Silu also echoed, Yes, Yamacho, don't worry. Li Zishuan nodded and made a sound of acknowledgement before walking towards Guanghua Building. Haha, Sir Li, you're here. After a while, Li Zishuan returned to the office. Chao Wendong, who had half his butt on the sofa, saw Li Zishuan come in and quickly stood up and bowed. It had been 3 months since they last met. Li Zishuan, who used to be a minister in the Imperial College, was now a third-rank crown prince. More importantly, Li Zishuan was now the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. During this period of time, Yanhuang College and engineering had been hyped so much. Today, Li Zishuan had personally attended the opening ceremony of Yanhuang College. Anyone with half a brain could imagine how terrifying Li Zishuan's strength would be when Yanhuang College's foundation became stronger, and he had such important resources in his hands. Therefore, when facing Li Zishuan, Chao Wendong no longer had the demeanor of a business tycoon. His words and actions were even a little flattering and fawning. Ha, Boss Chao, you don't have to be so polite. Please take a seat. I asked you to come here today to help me. Li Zishuan guffawed and pointed at the sofa opposite him. That's right, he had invited Chao Wendong to help him. Today, when it came to the military training of the students, how could there not be military training uniforms? Although this thing didn't have any effect on the military training of the students, how could Li Zishuan, who was born with OCD, tolerate such an imperfect thing? Even if it was for some reason he had to buy a batch of military training uniforms for the students. It was just that he had been too busy recently and didn't have time to care about such trivial things. Therefore, the military training uniforms had been delayed until now. Although the Li family had a ready-made clothing store, it wasn't their main business after all. The scale of the business wasn't large, and Li Zishuan's father didn't care about the family business anymore. After thinking about it, Chao Wendong, who was the largest cloth and silk merchant in Chang and city, probably had the means to gather more than 600 military training uniforms in a short period of time. Therefore, he sent someone to invite Chao Wendong this afternoon. Lord Ju, please don't make this old man feel embarrassed. It's my honor to be able to find you for something. There's no need to talk about helping or not. After hearing Li Zishuan's words, Chao Wendong waved his hand and said politely. Li Zishuan smiled slightly and muttered to himself, why did Chao Wendong's attitude change so much now? He remembered that about 3 months ago, Chao Wendong had talked to him face-to-face about the Chamber of Commerce. At that time, Chao Wendong wasn't like this. Boss Chao, you're too polite. Let's not beat around the bush. Today, I asked you to come because I have something to ask of you. Chow Wendong bowed and said, Lord Ju, please speak. As long as I can help, I will definitely help. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and said, I have a special style of clothing here. I wonder if Boss Chow has the means to make 700 sets of it in a short period of time. Although there were only 640 people in the academy who could guarantee that every set of clothing would fit, it was always right to buy more. Chow Wendong asked tentatively, I wonder if Lord Ju can show me the style of the clothing? After saying that, he was afraid that Li Zishuan would misunderstand, so he quickly explained, Lord Ju, don't misunderstand. I have no intention of stealing. I just want to see if the style of the clothing is complicated, so that I can make a good estimation of the time. Li Zishuan didn't care, and said, This isn't a secret. Boss Chow, you're overthinking. Here, the blueprint is here. Take a look. It was just a set of camouflage clothing. Li Zishuan didn't care if others could copy it. Moreover, he felt that even if someone copied this kind of modern-style clothing, they probably wouldn't be able to sell it. Chow Wendong took a look and was stunned. This, Lord Ju, the clothing you want is like this. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Yes. What's wrong? Is it difficult to make? Chow Wendong wiped the sweat on his forehead and quickly said, No, it's easy. This clothing looks like it uses less fabric, and it's faster to make it. Li Zishuan thought to himself, compared to the 3 layers of clothing that the people of the Tang Dynasty wear now, of course camouflage clothing uses less fabric. Then, can Boss Chow make 700 sets of these clothes in a short period of time? This was the question that Li Zishuan was most concerned about. He had the money, but he didn't have the manpower to do it. He could only look for someone else. Chow Wendong pondered for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, 5 days. Lord Ju, please give me 5 days. I will use all the resources I have on hand to help Lord Ju make 700 sets of clothes like this within 5 days. Chapter 693, Guanghua Building, Principal's Office. When Li Zishuan heard that Chow Wendong could rush out 700 sets of camouflage uniforms in 5 days, he was both surprised and happy. This was the power of connections in the business world. He smiled and said to Chow Wendong, Boss Chow is straightforward, but don't worry. If the quality of these clothes passes, I won't treat you badly in terms of price. Chow Wendong hurriedly said, Hey, Lord Ju, what are you talking about? It's just a few pieces of clothing. Do you think I would use this opportunity to make a big profit from you? Since you like me and are willing to let me do this, this is more precious than any amount of money. Chow Wendong obviously knew that Li Zishuan wouldn't owe him a favor for a few pieces of clothing, so he tactfully didn't say that he wouldn't accept a single cent for these clothes. To him, if he could get in touch with Li Zishuan, it didn't matter whether he lost money or earned money. Li Zishuan smiled knowingly and said, Then I'll have to trouble Boss Chow. Chow Wendong knew that Li Zishuan wanted to send him off. Logically speaking, he should tactfully say goodbye, but Lord Ju, after witnessing the grand opening of Yanhuang Academy today, I really yearn for this place. In this world, only an immortal like you, Lord Ju, can create such an academy that is like an immortal palace. Boss Chow, if you have something to say, feel free to say it. Li Zishuan leaned back and smiled with his eyes squinted. Chow Wendong looked embarrassed and said, Lord Ju, it's like this. I have a son. He's 15 this year, and I want him to come to Yanhuang College. I wonder. Before he could finish, Li Zishuan interrupted, Boss Chow, you don't have to say any more. If you want to enter Yanhuang College, there is only one way, and that is to pass the exam. Do you know that His Royal Highness Prince of Wei and His Royal Highness Prince of Han are among the candidates this time? Even they need to take the exam. What do you think? Chow Wendong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly nodded. Of course, I have to take the exam. I don't have any other meaning. I just want to ask you, is Yanhuang College recruiting business students? Li Sichuan's face looked a little better. He paused and replied, as long as the student has a good character, has no record of breaking the law, and has good grades, of course, Yanhuang College will accept them. When Chow Wendong heard that, he bowed with a face full of joy and said, Thank you, Lord Zhu, for your kindness. When I get back today, I'll have my son prepare for Yanhuang College's exam next year. Then I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. Li Sichuan nodded lightly, and Chow Wendong slowly left the room. Hey, what are you two doing? Not long after Chow Wendong left, Li Sichuan tidied up a little and then left the office to go home. When he reached the 9th floor, he saw Yen Xiaoning holding a large round ice cube in his hand and Mo Lingwei holding a smaller round ice cube. She was looking at the ice cube in her hand, as if she wanted to see through the small ice cube and observe the large ice cube in Yen Xiaoning's hand. No matter what they were doing, in Li Zishuan's eyes, they were like two idiots. This was because they were obviously grimacing from the ice cube, but they couldn't bear to let go. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but speak up. Hey, it's Xiao Xin. What a coincidence. When Yen Xiaoning heard that, he turned his head and glanced at them, then shifted his attention back to the ice cube in his hand. Li Zishuan said unhappily, What a coincidence. Hurry up and tell me, what are you two doing? Although the weather isn't cold now, don't you two feel that the ice cubes in your hands are cold? Yen Xiaoning laughed and said, Hee hee, not at all. We're searching for the truth. Xiao Xian, don't interrupt. Yes. Yamacho, don't disturb us. I'm doing something big now. Let's see if you still dare to look down on me after I succeed. Let's see if you still refuse to let me be a teacher at the academy. Mo Lingwei at the side pouted and snorted. The two of them were really like a couple singing the same tune. Okay. I won't disturb you guys. You two take your time. I want to see what you two can do today. Li Zishuan didn't expect this adulterous couple to get together so quickly. He waved his hand, indicating that he was defeated. Then he squatted at the side and calmly watched what Yen Xiaoning and Mo Lingwei were doing. However, after watching for a long time, he still couldn't figure out anything. He thought that even if he asked, these two wouldn't tell him. So he changed the topic and said, Didn't you two study how to drill wood to make fire yesterday? Oh, no, ice to make fire. How was it? Did you guys figure it out? It couldn't be helped. The idea of drilling wood to make fire was too deep in Li Zishuan's mind. Sometimes he couldn't help but blurt it out. Of course we figured it out. How can it be bad when I personally did it? Before Yen Xiaoning could answer, Mo Lingwei couldn't help but say proudly, Yesterday, I only used a piece of ice to burn little Ning's clothes. How was it? Isn't it amazing? Yamacho, do you want to try it? Not trying. Li Zishuan was speechless. Who would want to try it? Isn't it just the principle of a convex lens to gather light? Do I still need a little girl like you to teach me? She even used a magnifying glass to burn clothes. These two are really talented. But who the hell is little Ning? Thinking of this, he looked at Yen Xiaoning with a strange expression and shouted, Hey, little Ning. Yen Xiaoning was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He scolded, Get lost. Are you F*** trying to discuss me? Li Zishuan curled his lips and said in a strange tone, Yo, you don't feel disgusted when someone calls you that. We're such good friends, but you're disgusted? Shouting, I noticed that you've changed. It was rare to see a technical otaku like Yen Xiaoning who was about to get out of singlehood. Li Zixuan took this opportunity to tease him. Mo Lingwei instantly blushed. She quibbled, Yamacho, you don't talk nonsense. I just don't feel comfortable calling him by his name. So I called him Little Ning. You can't think in that direction. Yen Xiaoning also nodded and said, Yes. We're just doing a few experiments together. We're innocent. Xiaoxian, you can't talk nonsense. Li Zixuan couldn't help but cover his face. Stupid teammate. I'm trying to find a way to help you get out of singlehood. Why are you being a hindrance? Chapter 694. Okay. I won't say anything. Both of you are innocent, okay? Li Zixuan couldn't be bothered with Yen shouting anymore. He thought to himself, this guy is really single-based on his strength. What can I do? But how long do you two plan to do this? It's going to be dark soon. Li Zixuan looked at the sky and couldn't help but ask. Mo Lingwei looked up, then threw the ice cubes in her hand to Yen shouting and muttered, I'm not playing anymore. Let's talk about it tomorrow. It's really strange. Yesterday's situation can't be replicated. Suddenly receiving another ice cube, Yen shouting almost jumped up from the cold. When he heard Mo Lingwei say that they weren't playing today, he quickly threw away the 2 ice cubes in his hand and rubbed his frozen hands. Li Zixuan couldn't help but ask curiously, Yesterday's situation? What kind of situation did the 2 of you encounter yesterday? Tell me about it. Maybe I can help you guys a little. Mo Lingwei looked at Li Zixuan suspiciously and thought for a while before saying, Yamacho, let's make it clear first. I invented this thing. You're only helping me perfect it. When the time comes, you can't steal my credit. Li Zixuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What credit can I steal from you? Sigh, if you don't want to say it, then forget it. I'm going home to rest. Hey. Yamacho, don't go yet. I'll say it. Mo Lingwei was anxious. The little girl quickly rushed in front of Li Zixuan and blocked his way, then said, Yesterday, when I was demonstrating to little Mingzi how to make a fire with ice cubes, I accidentally discovered that when 2 convex ice cubes are separated by a certain distance, you can see things in the distance through them. It's just like the clairvoyance in the novels. It's really magical. Unfortunately, little Mingzi accidentally dropped the ice cubes on the ground and broke it. As a result, we can't restore the magical phenomenon from before. That's what we were doing just now. The more Li Zixuan listened, the more surprised he was. According to Mo Lingwei, the 2 of them might have accidentally gotten a telescope. He pinched his chin and thought for a moment. Ink Girl, the reason why you can't recover the previous miraculous phenomenon is mainly because the distance between the 2 ice cubes is wrong. Mo Lingwei retorted, Impossible! The distance between the 2 protruding ice cubes yesterday is about the same as the distance we placed them today, right? Li Zixuan smiled and explained, even if your distance today is exactly the same as yesterday, it's impossible for yesterday's miraculous phenomenon to happen. Actually, Ink Girl, you've overlooked a problem from the beginning to the end. The protrusion of the ice cubes you used today might be different from the ice cubes you used yesterday. Mo Lingwei nodded. That's possible. After all, this is my first time making something like this. How can I make it exactly the same every time? But even if it's different, what's the difference? Li Zixuan smiled and pointed to the broken ice mirror on the ground. He said, Of course there's an effect. Ink Girl, you used this ice cubes to start a fire yesterday. Do you know how it works? I, of course. I don't know. Mo Lingwei opened her mouth and said embarrassedly, I saw this method in the handwritten notes of the Mo family's ancestor. It said that using this kind of protruding ice cubes, you can turn the sunlight into a small dot. Then the small dot is very hot and can ignite something. Li Zishuan suddenly understood. He roughly knew from Mo Huai that Moz was very knowledgeable about geometric optics. He could even make a small hole image. In comparison, using a convex lens to condense light was child's play. Li Zishuan shook his head and said to Mo Lingwei and Yen Xiaoning, who was listening with great interest, come with me. I'll tell you how to make this legendary clairvoyance. I'll also give you a task, by the way. After saying that, Li Zishuan turned around and went downstairs without waiting for their agreement. Mo Lingwei and Yen Xiaoning were stunned when they heard this. Then they were pleasantly surprised. The two looked at each other and quickly followed. Hey, Xiaoxian, do you mean that we can make a clairvoyance? Hey, Yamacho, wait. After a while, Li Zishuan came to the 4th floor. He then passed through the central office area of the Twin Towers and entered the teaching area. He randomly found a classroom and pushed the door open. Mo Lingwei and Yen Xiaoning had already followed him. The two saw that Li Zishuan seemed to have the intention of giving a lecture, so they found 2 seats in the first row and sat down. Mo Lingwei secretly glanced at the neatly arranged tables and stools, the tall podium, and the smooth blackboard in the classroom. She felt very curious. Ink Girl, let me first explain to you the principle of making fire from ice. Li Zishuan first drew a convex lens on the blackboard, then looked at Mo Lingwei and said, the external structure of this ice is protruding outwards. Let's call this structure a convex lens for the time being. 1 classroom, 2 students, and 1 teacher. The first class of Yanhuang College quietly began. However, no one would have thought that such an inconspicuous class would open the prelude to the development of ancient optics in China. Ink Girl, do you understand the principle of a convex lens now? Li Zishuan never expected Mo Lingwei to be such a thorough person. If you told her that a convex lens converges light, she would ask you why. Well, you would draw a light path diagram and explain to her why a convex lens converges light. In the process, it would inevitably involve the problem of the refractive index of different media. In the end, she would ask what the refractive index was and how the refractive index was obtained. Therefore, this small piece of common knowledge in physics ended up taking half an hour to explain. Fortunately, Li Zishuan's previous life's major included a lot of optics, so his theoretical foundation was quite solid. Otherwise, he might really have been stumped by this little girl's questions. However, it was gratifying to see that the 2 students, Mo Lingwei and Yen Xiaoning, were very attentive. Okay, I understand. Yamacho, continue to tell us about the clairvoyance. Mo Lingwei rubbed her chin and smiled at Li Zishuan. Yen Xiaoning also nodded and said, okay, I understand too. Xiaoxian, quickly continue. Although Li Zishuan was an otaku in his previous life, it didn't mean that his ability to express himself was bad. On the contrary, in serious conversations, his ability to express himself had always been very good. His thoughts were especially clear. Perhaps it was because of this that Mo Lingwei and Yen Xiaoning could quickly follow his train of thought. Okay, since you understand this, the next part will be very simple. Chapter 695. When the objective lens converges the distant light to a single point, the distance between the point and the eyepiece is equal to the focal length of the eyepiece. As I told you before, the light emitted from the focal point will become a parallel beam after passing through the convex lens, and the distant scenery will be formed into a magnified image. As for how magnified it is, it depends on the ratio of the focal length of the objective lens to the focal length of the eyepiece. In addition, this tool that can see distant objects clearly, I call it a telescope. In the classroom, Li Zixuan's first class in Yanhuang College was coming to an end. After an hour of lecture, he finally explained the principles of telescopes to the two people in front of him. Of course, he only explained the principles of the Kepler telescope, consisting of two convex lenses. There was also the Galileo telescope, one convex lens, one concave lens, and some reflector telescopes. Oh, I didn't know there was so much knowledge behind this small lens. I didn't expect that a telescope similar to clairvoyance could really be made. Yamacho, you're so knowledgeable. As the saying goes, knowing a person by reputation is not as good as meeting him in person, although Mo Lingwei had heard from Mo Zhong, and the others that Li Zixuan was very powerful. At that time, Mo Lingwei felt that she wasn't bad either. After all, she was like a little overlord in the Mo family. However, after listening to Li Zixuan's lecture today, she finally understood the gap between her and Li Zixuan. Although she knew a lot about the various kinds of knowledge in the Mo family, she only knew the basics and didn't know the details. Moreover, the things she knew were very diverse and varied. On the other hand, Li Zixuan seemed to have a complete knowledge system. No matter what the problem was, he could trace it back to the source and explain it clearly. Mo Lingwei couldn't help but admire him. She felt that Li Zixuan was even better than her father. Haha, when you two are free, you can take a look at the school's physics textbooks. Although the first book doesn't cover much about lens imaging, some of the basic concepts are very useful for making telescopes. Li Zixuan put down the chalk and patted the chalk dust off his hands as he smiled at the two of them. Yes, yes, I'll take a look when I get back. Mo Lingwei replied with a smile. Yan Xiaoning hesitated for a while and said, Xiao Xian, give me a set of all the teaching materials of the academy later. I want to take a look too. Li Zixuan naturally agreed. Then he thought for a moment and said, after explaining the principle of the telescope to you, I have a task for you. Upon hearing that there was a mission, Mo Lingwei immediately sat up straight and said, Yamacho, go ahead, we're listening. The tragic Yan Xiaoning was unknowingly represented again. In this Guanghua Tower, in the middle of the central main building connecting the two towers on both sides, there is an atrium with a semicircular glass ceiling at the top. Do you know why I designed it like this? Li Zixuan propped his hands on the lectern and looked at the two in front of him as he asked. Yan Xiaoning frowned and fell into deep thought. Mo Lingwei thought for a while and shook her head directly. I don't know. When I first saw it, I thought that Yamacho designed this atrium with a transparent ceiling specifically for lying down and looking at the stars at night. Smack! Li Zixuan slammed the table and laughed. Ha ha! Ink Girl is right. This atrium is used for looking at the stars at night. Mo Lingwei was stunned. She was just casually saying it just now. According to my original idea, a large telescope should be placed in this atrium specifically for the students to look at the stars and the moon so that they can understand what the world in the sky is like. As soon as Li Zixuan finished speaking, Mo Lingwei and Yan Xiaoning both opened their mouths in shock. They got the telescope earlier because it was new and fun, but Li Zixuan wanted to use the telescope to look at the sky directly. The ancients had always been in awe of the sky, so the two of them were so shocked that they were speechless for a moment when Li Zixuan wanted to look at the sky directly. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Actually, the view in the sky is not mysterious at all. You will understand when you see it for yourself. So the task I'm giving the two of you is to build this large telescope. If you succeed, I'm sure His Majesty will reward you generously. When the time comes, all the credit will go to you. Mo Lingwei came back to her senses. She looked at Li Zixuan for a moment, then shook her head and said, "No, Yamacho taught us how to make this telescope. We can't take the credit. I also don't want His Majesty's reward." Li Zixuan was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Mo Lingwei continue, "Although I don't want His Majesty's reward. If we really do it, I want Yamacho to promise me one thing. How about it?" Wasn't Li Zixuan very clear about what this girl wanted? He thought for a moment and said, "I know what you want to say. Ink Girl, how about this? If you can really make this telescope, I will personally invite Ink Girl to be a special professor at Yanhuang College. You will only be responsible for research and not teaching, but you will be treated exactly the same as a professor at the academy. This is the biggest concession I can make." If he let Mo Lingwei, a girl, teach a lesson to those youths in their puberty, old man Mo would probably fight him to the death. Therefore, Li Zixuan could only let Mo Lingwei come to the academy to be in charge of scientific research. Mo Lingwei thought for a moment. Although she couldn't teach students, she could finally work at Yanhuang College. She didn't have to idle around all day, and most importantly, she could get the treatment of a professor at the academy. It was better than her father's treatment. Therefore, she nodded and said, "Okay, Yamacho, I promise you." "Hey, no, I haven't agreed to make the telescope with you." At this moment, Yen Xiaoning, who had been silent for a long time, said weakly. Li Zixuan immediately cursed in his heart. What a stupid teammate. Wasn't the reason why he gave Mo Lingwei this mission to set her up with Yen Xiaoning? Otherwise, who couldn't he find for this mission? But, sigh, this should be the legendary iron-willed straight man. Humph, little Ning, if you don't agree, I'll go tell my father that you bullied me in the office yesterday. Mo Lingwei slammed the table, stood up, and snorted at Yen Xiaoning. Li Zixuan's eyes widened when he heard this. What did she mean? So Yen Xiaoning, this outwardly passionate man, pulled a girl to the office to do something shameful? This kid is really something. Yen Xiaoning couldn't stand Li Zixuan's meaningful gaze. He quickly stood up and explained, "Ink Girl, you can't say things like that. When did I bully you?" "Humph. If I say you did, then you did. Do you think my father will believe me, or you?" Mo Lingwei said with her hands on her hips. Yen Xiaoning was speechless. After a while, he could only admit defeat and said, Okay, I'll help you make the telescope." Hee. That's more like it. The little girl's face really changed quickly. Mo Lingwei laughed. Then she saw the sky outside the window and was shocked. It's already so late. My father must be worried about me. I have to go home. But it's getting dark. Seeing that she was obviously afraid of the dark, but was too embarrassed to say it, Li Zixuan said to Yen Xiaoning, "Xiaoning, it's already so late. It's not safe for Ink Girl to be alone on the road. Why don't you send her off?" Obviously, he was creating an opportunity for his brother. However, Yen Xiaoning said gloomily, "I'm not going down the mountain. I'm going back to the courtyard later. The bed in the courtyard is more comfortable. Little Xian, you should find someone else to send her." Li Zixuan's face was full of black lines. He thought to himself, Iron men are indeed destined to be lonely for life. This guy has been single for so many years. It makes sense. Last time, Zhang Sun wanted to matchmake Yen Xiaoning, but now it seems like it was all in vain. You really can't do anything to a single person with his own ability. Chapter 696, Chong, and west side of Vermilion Bird Avenue, Chongyi Square. Chong, N's largest Taoist temple, was located here. Xiandu Temple. According to the Chong and Annals, Xiandu Temple was located in Chongyi Square. In the second year of Emperor Kaihuang, Sui Dynasty moved from the old city of Chong and to this temple and changed its name to Xiandu. In the first year of the Deng, Yang Jian was abdicated by Emperor Jing of North Zhou and changed his name to Emperor Kaihuang. After that, Emperor Wen of Sui conquered Chun and united China, which had been divided for hundreds of years. At that time, the old city of Chong was dilapidated and narrow, and the waterways were heavily polluted. It did not match the capital of a great country. In the second year of Emperor Kaihuang, Emperor Wen of Sui started to build a new capital city, Daxing City. The location and construction of Daxing City incorporated the theory of feng shui and the concept of Zhou Yi's Gan hexagram. Daxing City was located on 6 high hills from the south to the north, symbolizing the 6 lines of the Gan hexagram. The palaces, government offices, temples, and alleys were located on these 6 lines. Xingshan Temple and Xiandu Temple were located on both sides of Vermilion Bird Avenue in the south of the city. Emperor Wen of Sui, Yang Jian, was born poor and was raised by a nun. After he became the prime minister of North Zhou and ascended the throne, he was very respectful of Buddhism and Taoism. Xiandu Temple became the royal Taoist temple of the Sui dynasty. On the west side of Xiandu Temple, there were 2 courtyards with green bricks and green tiles with heavy eaves and corridors. The whole courtyard seemed to give people a sense of peace and quiet. "Father, Mother, I'm back." As the sky was getting dark, a little boy in a green Taoist robe pushed open the door and shouted at the middle-aged Taoist priest and the woman who was collecting clothes. The middle-aged Taoist priest was stunned and looked at the boy. "Proverb, why are you back so late?" It turned out that this little boy was the second place of Yanhuang College's entrance exam, Li Yan. Obviously, the middle-aged Taoist priest was the famous Li Chunfeng in the future, and the woman beside him was his wife, Mrs. Lu. As the little boy walked into the courtyard, he said, "After the opening ceremony in the afternoon, the teachers of the academy showed us around the academy and taught all the students how to use some of the new things in the academy. That's why we came back late." When Mrs. Lu heard this, she was overjoyed. "So, Proverb, you were admitted to Yanhuang College?" Li Yan didn't go home at noon, so it was understandable that Mrs. Lu didn't know his results. Li Chunfeng, who was standing at the side, smiled but did not say anything. Li Zhongyu replied, "Yes, Mother. I got in, but I only got second place. The first place is the current king of Wei." Mrs. Lu pulled her son and stroked his little head, then happily said, "Not bad, not bad. I've heard that Prince Wei has always been knowledgeable since he was a child. As the proverb goes, it's already not bad if you can get second place. Moreover, I've heard that even His Majesty went to Yanhuang College to participate in that opening ceremony. This proves that my son is promising. Haha, Proverb, just you wait. Mother will go and cook something delicious for you. Let's have a good celebration tonight." "Yes, thank you, Mother," the little Taoist boy said in a crisp voice. Mrs. Lu pinched her son's little face and happily went into the house to prepare dinner. Li Chunfeng looked at this heartwarming scene with a hint of warmth in his eyes. He then turned around and said, "Proverb, come with me to the study." "Yes, Father. By the way, Father, how did you predict that I wouldn't get first place yesterday?" In the study, Li Yan raised his head and asked curiously, "Haha, this is a heavenly secret. Proverb, I'll tell you when your divination skills improve." Li Chunfeng did not answer. Instead, he chuckled and turned around. He paused for a moment before he asked. He paused for a moment and asked, Proverb. How do you feel at Yanhuang College today? Li Yan pursed his lips and seemed to be organizing his words. After a while, he replied, Father, although the architectural style of Yanhuang College is unique, the overall layout is in accordance with the Taoist principles of yin, yang, and 5 elements. I can see that Li Zishuan, Yamacho, he put a lot of thought into the design of the college. As for the interior of the building, the stone floor is as smooth as a mirror, the clear glass windows, and even the toilets are extremely luxurious. There's not much stench in there at all. If you want to talk about feelings, I feel that this Yanhuang College doesn't belong to Tang Dynasty at all. It's as if it doesn't belong to the world we live in. At the end of his sentence, Li Yan furrowed his brows like a little adult. He looked conflicted and puzzled. Li Chunfeng saw this and could not help but laugh. He walked up to Li Yan and patted the back of his head. He laughed and said, "Ha ha, this Yanhuang College does not belong to Tang Dynasty." Li Yan looked up and asked curiously, "Father, what do you mean? Also, you said that Yamacho is the man of destiny of Taoism. What do you mean?" Li Chunfeng remained silent. After a while, he walked to the window with his back facing Li Yan and said slowly, "You're right. Great wealth depends on heaven. Small wealth depends on hard work. Man proposes, but God disposes. In this world, most people's fates are predestined by the heavens. However, there will always be a type of person whose fate is not only predestined by the heavens, but can also change the fate of others. This type of person is called the destined person." Li Yan's mouth opened wide in shock. He muttered, "Father, are you saying that Yamacho can change fate? How is that possible? Before Kongming died, even the 7 stars life-prolonging lamp array could not change fate. How can Yamacho do it?" The 7 stars life-prolonging lamp was also known as the 7 souls 7 orifices lamp. It was recorded in the Taoist teachings. When a person is in the womb, the 3 elements nurture him, the 9 energies distribute him, the 5 stars form his 5 organs, and the Big Dipper opens his orifices. The 7 stars descending child to protect him. It could be said that a person's 7 souls were adorned by the 7 stars and were also protected by the 7 stars. If one of the 7 stars was destroyed, the soul would not be able to gather. If all the 7 stars were destroyed, the soul would dissipate. Zhuge Liang, who was well versed in Qimeng Duanjia, understood the theory behind the soul-gathering powder. Therefore, he set up the 7 stars life-prolonging lamp array in hopes of gathering his dissipating soul again to extend his life. Unfortunately, the mandate of heaven could not be defied. Wei Yan's hurried footsteps caused a gust of wind that broke the array set up by Zhuge Liang, causing the 7 souls to dissipate again. Not long after that, Zhuge Liang died of an illness in the Wuzhang Plains. In the study, Li Chunfeng's expression changed. After a long while, he sighed and said, "He is the man of destiny, but also someone outside of it. Of course, he will not be bound by it. Not only that, he will also bring unexpected things and variables to the Tang Empire." At this point, it was unknown whether it was a coincidence or not, but the wind and clouds outside the house suddenly changed. A storm came pouring down without any warning. Chapter 697. The sudden storm gave Li Yan a big fright. Although he matured early, and his wisdom was far beyond his peers, he was still a 6-year-old child. There were some things that he would still be afraid of. Li Chunfeng stood by the window and remained silent. He did not seem to notice the rain outside. In the end, Li Yan could not stand it anymore and walked over to close the window. "Father, what's wrong?" After closing the window, Li Zhongyu looked at Li Chunfeng and asked worriedly. Li Chunfeng came back to his senses and shook his head. I'm fine. He then turned around and sat down on the couch next to the desk. Li Zhongyu followed him and asked, Father, how did you know that Yamacho is the destined one? Li Chunfeng poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip. He then glanced at his son and said, I've measured Li Zixuan's birth characters and calculated that he will face 2 calamities in his life. The first calamity will be when he is 6 years old, and the second calamity will be in the first half of this year. The first calamity will be with the help of the destined one, but the second calamity will be a death calamity. A death calamity that will definitely kill him. Li Yan was shocked. He opened his mouth, and his face changed color. A death calamity that will definitely kill him, but Yamacho is now. He's still alive and well, right? Li Chunfeng finished his son's sentence and said, I was even more shocked than you at that time. So, after that, No, Father, may I ask how you know Yamacho as birth characters? Li Yan asked weakly. He had recovered from the shock and remembered the loophole in Li Chunfeng's words. Li Chunfeng heard his son's question, and an awkward expression appeared on his face. He paused for a moment and said, In June this year, Li Zixuan's mother calculated Li Zixuan's birth characters at Xiandu Temple. I was there too. Li Zixuan, who was enjoying the loving dinner prepared by his wife in the courtyard of Yinshan, did not realize that his personal information was accidentally leaked when his mother gave him an Han Yushi's horoscope. Moreover, it was leaked to a person who was proficient in divination. Li Yan was shocked. He did not expect his father, whom he had always admired, to do such a sneaky thing. Li Chunfeng felt his son's gaze and blushed. He coughed dryly and said, When I calculated the calamity in Li Zixuan's life, I was also very shocked. He was clearly a dead person, so how could he still be alive? After that, I wanted to see Li Zixuan with my own eyes and make a further judgment. Once, by chance, I met Li Zixuan in front of the Li residence. At that time, he should have just returned triumphantly from the Serpent Spirit Mountain. His killing intent soared to the heavens. When I looked at his face, I could only see chaos. I couldn't see his past or future. Li Zhongyu was stunned. Father, with your current cultivation, you still can't see through Mountain Elder's face. No wonder I couldn't see through him even after looking at him for so long. Li Chunfeng smiled and continued with a solemn expression. Not only that, I saw His Highness at the beginning of this year. His eyebrows were close to his life palace. The Tang acupoint between his eyebrows was not big enough for 2 fingers to touch. His nose was crooked, his middle was short and flat, and his lips were as thin as paper. I was shocked. His Highness won't live past 30, and his position as Crown Prince is unstable. This was indeed the case. Li Chongqian colluded with Li Yuanchang, Du He, and Ho Junji to force the emperor to abdicate. His conspiracy was exposed, and he was exiled to Qian province by Lier. He died of depression at the age of 26 in Jingguan's 19th year, 645. After hearing such a shocking statement, Li Yan was so shocked that he was completely speechless. If the conversation in this study room was overheard by someone, then their family would probably be annihilated. Li Chunfeng continued, When His Majesty summoned me to the palace a few days ago, I met His Highness the Crown Prince again. But this time, His Highness the Crown Prince had a full forehead and a high forehead. He was obviously rich and had a stable status. Not only that, there was also Duke Yi, who had a great change in his physique. Father had calculated that Duke Yi was nearing the end of his life, and his body would deteriorate day by day. But not long ago, not only did he recover from his internal injuries, his strength had also improved. It was truly inconceivable. Later on, there was news that Duke Yi recovered because of Li Zishuan's medicinal wine, life-stealing blood technique, and a mysterious fist technique. Come to think of it, ever since Li Zishuan returned to Chang, and from Mount Longhu, the closest people to him were His Highness, Prince Wei, Duke Yi, Duke Lu, and a few others. I don't know about the others, but His Highness and Duke Yi both had a sudden change in their fate. I can't help but suspect that this has something to do with Li Zishuan. Not only can he change his own fate, but he can also change the fate of others. If he isn't a man of destiny, what else can he be? Moreover, he is a disciple of the celestial master path of Mount Longhu. Li Yan was shocked speechless by Li Chuanfeng's words. He was silent for nearly half an hour before he recovered and asked, "Father, do you know Yamacho's master, Senior Ling Xiu?" Li Chunfeng smiled. "Of course I know him. However, I know him. He doesn't know me." It was obvious that he wasn't an old-fashioned person. He could still make such a joke at this time. Li Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He asked, "Father, do you know if Senior Ling Xiu knows divination?" Li Chunfeng thought for a while and said, "Of course. Moreover, his divination skills are far above mine." Li Yan asked curiously, "Then why didn't Senior Ling Xiu predict that Yamacho would face a calamity this year?" Li Chuanfeng's expression changed. He closed his eyes as if he was recalling some old memories. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, "It's not that he didn't, but he didn't want to. I've heard Master say before that although spiritual, Master Ling Su is proficient in divination, he doesn't believe in destiny. In his life, there are two things that he doesn't divine. One is that he doesn't divine people's marriages, and the other is that he doesn't divine the calamities of those close to him. He feels that even if it's a death calamity, there is still a chance of survival. If he tells others about the death calamity in advance, it will destroy the only chance of survival. Even though this point of view is poles apart from what I learned on Southern Mountain, it can't be said to be completely unreasonable. After all, everyone's Tao is different when it comes to cultivating the Tao. Chapter 698. It was said that Li Chuanfeng's master was Yuan Tiangang, but that was not the case. In the second year of Sui Rinshou, Li Chunfeng was born in Yong, Qizhou. He was smart and studious since he was young. He read a lot of books, especially astronomy, calendars, and mathematics. Li Chuanfeng's father, Li Bo, was a small official in the county government during the Sui Dynasty. He gave up his position and became a Taoist priest. He was quite knowledgeable and called himself Huang Guanzi. He wrote lousy 10 volumes of maps and astronomical elephant prose. Li Chunfeng was known as a prodigy since he was young. Under the influence of his father, he read a lot of books, especially astronomy, geography, Taoism, and yin yang. In the 7th year of Sui Dynasty, the 9-year-old Li Chunfeng went to Mount Nantua to become a disciple of Taoist Ziyuan. In the 14th year of Sui Dynasty, Li Yuan became the emperor and gave Li Shimin the title of king of Qin. In the 2nd year of Tang Dynasty's Emperor Wuda, the 17-year-old Li Chunfeng returned to his hometown. He was recommended by Li Er's good friend, Lu Wenjing, to become the secretary of the king of Qin's army. The legendary Taoist priest went down the mountain. In the 1st year of Zhengguan, Li Chunfeng was given the title of general officer and worked in the Imperial Historian Bureau. In the Imperial Historical Bureau, which was in charge of astronomy, geography, calendar making, and history, he fully displayed his talent and wisdom. Once he entered the Imperial Historical Bureau, he worked hard for 40 years. Proverb, actually, I didn't want you to enter the Yanhuang Academy. You've been smart since you were young and have a spiritual root. If I'm not wrong, you'll definitely inherit my mantle in the future. But now that you've gone to the Yanhuang Academy, it's hard to say what will happen in the future. In the study, Li Chunfeng looked at his son and sighed. Li Chunfeng was about to say something when he heard his mother's voice outside. Husband, dinner is ready. Come out and eat. Okay, mother. Li Yan answered quickly. Li Chunfeng smiled and pulled his son out for dinner. Guanyin maid, what do you think of this essay? Li Zhenghall, West Court of the Imperial Palace. Li Er put down his brush and picked up a piece of paper from the desk. He walked to the bed and smiled at Empress Zhongsun. As soon as Your Majesty came over, Your Majesty focused on the writing desk. I've been wanting to see it for a long time. Zhongsun chuckled and took it. When she opened it, she immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, Your Majesty's calligraphy has improved again." Is that so? Ha ha. Li Er was pleased with himself and simply sat down. Holding Empress Zhongsun's waist, he began to watch with her. Old people often think of the past. Young people often think of the future. I can only think of the past. Zhongsun smiled and then focused on the content of the text. When she saw the opening, she couldn't help but read it out softly. As he continued to read, the surprise on Zhongsun's face became more and more intense. When she read, "A young man's wisdom is the wisdom of the country. A young man's wealth is the wealth of the country. A young man's strength is the strength of the country. A young man's independence is the independence of the country. A young man's wisdom is the wisdom of the country. A young man's wealth is the wealth of the country. A young man's strength is the strength of the country. A young man's independence is the independence of the country. At the end, my beautiful young China is not old with the heavens. My young China is boundless with the country." Empress Zhongsun seemed to feel the heart-wrenching roar and earth-shaking cry of the author of the essay at that time. Her whole body trembled a little. Li Er, who was next to her, could feel the trembling of her body. "Your Majesty, this essay is too shocking. I'm a woman, but after reading this essay, I can't help but feel my blood boil." Empress Zhongsun took a few deep breaths to calm her surging heart a little. Then she looked at Li Er and said. Li Er smiled and asked, "Ha, this is not shocking. If you listen to someone reading it, then it's shocking. Guanyin maid, guess who wrote this essay?" Empress Zhongsun's gentle eyes turned slightly, and then she smiled and said, "I guess this essay should be written by Li Zishuan, right?" Li Er was startled and asked curiously, "Guanyin maid, how do you know?" Zhongsun smiled and said, "Looking at Your Majesty's reaction, it seems that I guessed right." Then she explained, "Such a hot-blooded and angry essay, no one in the imperial court would write it. Today, Your Majesty went to Yanhuang College outside the city to participate in the opening ceremony in addition to the morning court. So presumably, this essay was read by Xiao Xian at the opening ceremony, right?" After listening to Empress Zhongsun's analysis, Li Er praised, "The Empress is still the most meticulous. It's my great fortune to have Guanyin maid, Fang residence, study room. This Li Zishuan is really bold." Fang Xianling looked at the words on the desk and sighed with his hands behind his back. The content of the word fortune was the introduction to young China that Li Zishuan spoke in the afternoon. Fang Yizhi, who was next to him, nodded and said, "After listening to it in the afternoon, I also admire Li Zhe. Yamacho, it's hard to imagine that he's not even 15 years old." Fang Xianling turned around and looked at his eldest son, who was also the most reliable son among his several sons, and said, "Whether it's the civil officials or the military officials in the imperial court, Our descendants can't compare to Li Zixuan. Since you were admitted to Yanhuang College this time, study hard there. If you can learn 10% of Li Zixuan's knowledge, it's also excellent. What's more, according to His Majesty's current intention, he wants to vigorously support Li Zixuan and Yanhuang College. The Fang family's current glory is all given by His Majesty, so we must always follow His Majesty. Fang Yiji respectfully said, I understand. Father, please rest assured. Fang Xianling nodded and said, Well, I've always been at ease with you. But my beloved, you have to urge him to study well in the future. Don't let him hang out with Du He and King Lu all day long. Li Yuanchang. At this time, the king of Han was still Li Ke. 2 years later, Li Yuanchang was changed to king of Han by Li Er. As for Li Ke, he was changed to king of Shu. When you have time, teach him the lessons of Yanhuang Academy. If he can also be admitted to Yanhuang Academy next year, this old man will be relieved. Old Fang's thoughts were a bit like those parents in modern times who thought their children were too noisy and wanted to send their children to school to be disciplined by teachers. Fang Yiji's face flashed a trace of helplessness. Obviously, he also had a headache about this disobedient younger brother, but in front of Fang Xianling he couldn't say it, so he could only say, Yes, Father, I will pay attention. At the same time, he silently mourned for Li Zixuan in his heart. He thought that if Fang Yiji also entered Yanhuang College in the future, Li Zixuan would be the one who would have a headache. Well, that's good, but don't fall behind your studies. As your father, the Fang family will have to rely on you in the future. This old man has no other request. I just hope that you can live a peaceful life. Fang Xianling sighed, then bowed his back and left the study. Fang Yiji looked at his father's back and inexplicably saw the sadness of a hero in his twilight years. His nose was a little sour. Chapter 699. The next day, at the Imperial College. Compared to Yanhuang College, the students here had already started school. During the break, a student at the Imperial College took the opportunity to take out today's Tang daily. He wanted to read the novel at the back, but he was attracted by today's headline, Young China, Li Zixuan's speech at Yanhuang College's first school opening ceremony. The student couldn't help but read it. As a result, he was completely immersed in it. After spending nearly half an hour to finish reading the news, the student's heart was like a stormy sea. His chest was surging with anger. He slammed the table with all his strength and couldn't help but roar loudly. What the hell? Ha ha. Good. What a good saying that a young man's wisdom is the wisdom of the country. A young man's wealth is the wealth of the country. A young man's strength is the strength of the country. A young man's independence is the independence of the country. It's so well written. F***CK. Chen Xuanda, you're so wicked. Why are you shouting for no reason? You're interrupting my reading of the novel. Chen Xuanda, son of Chen Shuda, the Minister of Rights. Another student next to him was shocked by the sudden attack of this powerful sound wave. He stood up and cursed angrily. The rest of the people also criticized. That's right. Xuanda, why are you shouting for no reason? Did you scare yourself with your daydream? Ha ha. Ha ha ha. The student named Chen Xuanda wasn't angry. He picked up the newspaper excitedly and said to the student who just scolded him, Hey, Cheng Xian, stop reading the novel. Look at today's headlines. I promise you won't regret it. Pei Cheng Xian, grandson of Sikong Pei Ji. Pei Cheng Xian said impatiently, How can the news be better than the novel? I'd better finish reading the novel first. How could Chen Xuanda be willing? He took the newspaper and walked to Pei Cheng Xian's seat. He pointed at today's headlines and said, Cheng Xian, stop reading the novel. Look at this quickly. Pei Chengxian was a little annoyed by the harassment. He said helplessly, "Okay, okay, okay. Then I'll take a look first. If it's not good, then you'll have to watch it." After saying that, he lowered his head and began to read. If you want to talk about the country's old and young, please talk about the people's old and young first. Old people often think about the past. Young people often think about the future. When he read the first sentence, Pei Chengxian also felt that this article was a little interesting. It was actually praising young people. It was different from the articles of many great scholars. Therefore, he continued reading. His reading speed was much faster than Chen Xuanda's. After a while, he read to the end of the article. Heaven wears its green, and earth wears its yellow. Even if there were thousands of years, there were 8 desolates. The future was like the sea, and the days ahead were long. My beautiful young China, as old as the heavens, our China's youth is strong, and our country is boundless. When he reached the last few paragraphs, Pei Chengxian couldn't help but read it aloud. Furthermore, his voice became louder and louder. At first, some people wanted to reprimand him, but after hearing the content of the sentence, everyone fell silent and couldn't help but continue listening. All right. What a beautiful young China, not old with the heavens. What a strong young man from China, boundless with the country. It's so well written. After Pei Chengxian finished reading, he couldn't help but slam the table and stand up. The excitement on his face was no less than Chen Xuanda's just now. His roar was also louder than Chen Xuanda's. Our China, not old with the heavens. Our China's youth is strong, and our country is boundless. What a good sentence. What a good sentence. Chengxian, who wrote this article. It's so well written. That's right. I've never heard of an article that makes one's blood boil. It's so exciting. The newspaper said that this was Li Sai's speech at Yanhuang College's opening ceremony yesterday. This means that this article must be written by Li Sai. Li Sai? Yanhuang College. It's actually like this. Ah, oh my God. Is Yanhuang College still recruiting this year? I want to go to Yanhuang College. I want a tiger to roar in the valley and all the beasts to tremble in fear. I want to be that China's youth. Sob, sob. It's so well written. Previously, when Pei Chengxian was reading this article, he had been muttering it in a low voice. Although his voice was a little soft at the beginning and many students did not hear it, they heard the last few paragraphs clearly. Therefore, all of their blood surged, especially the last 2 sentences. It was like a fuse that ignited the hearts of all the students. Young China! This is our China, our Tang Dynasty. At this moment, they could only shout excitedly to vent the excitement and passion in their hearts. There were also some students who couldn't control their eyes from reddening at the end. They were excited, moved, and impulsive. Tears flowed down their cheeks uncontrollably. I'm crying? Why am I crying? They reached out to touch their eyes and looked at the water droplets hanging from their palms in disbelief. Once upon a time, every time they listened to the teachers of the Imperial College speak, they would involuntarily feel sleepy, and the words would go in one ear and out the other. They would act as if they were listening carefully, but in reality, they were not listening at all. But now, today, this article was clearly being read by Li Zishuan to the Yanhuang College students. Why were they so excited to the point of tears when they heard it from Pei Chengxian's mouth? Under such circumstances, many students were filled with endless yearning for Yanhuang College. Or rather, they were filled with yearning for the former head of the directorate, Li Zishuan. They wanted to be students under such a teacher, and not listen to the boring lectures of those great scholars in the directorate every day. Our young China is so beautiful that it doesn't age with the heavens. Our young China is so strong that it has no borders with the country. A young person's ambition is the country's ambition. A young person's wealth is the country's wealth. A young person's strength is the country's strength. Roar. Yanhuang College. I want to go to Yanhuang College. I wonder if Yanhuang College is still recruiting. I heard that they're not recruiting anymore. Those who want to go can only wait until next year. Ah, that's such a pity. It's more comfortable to attend Li Sai's classes. It wasn't just the directorate. All the students in the directorate were in an uproar, given the current popularity of Tang Daily. Even if each student didn't have a copy, there would be at least one copy for 2 students on average. Although many people bought newspapers to read novels, there would always be some who saw today's headlines and then passed it to other students. Therefore, it was difficult for such an impassioned article not to go viral. Among them, there were some students who had heard the live version of the speech at Yanhuang College yesterday afternoon. They were more excited than anyone else and kept shouting, "Clang, clang, clang." However, at this moment, the gongs and drums of the directorate's classes sounded. The students' momentum finally weakened. However, this was only the calm before the storm. Under the silence, an even crazier force was suppressed. Chapter 700. Almost at the same time, the same thing happened at the Hongwen Library. Beautiful young China, immortal with the heavens. Strong young China, boundless with the country. Good job, Li Xianan. That's well said. I want to go to Yanhuang College. I heard that not only are the teachers there good, the environment is even better. It's like an immortal palace. I want to go too. I want to go too. Even if you want to go, they won't accept you. Yanhuang College only accepts students once a year. If you want to go, you'll have to wait until next year. Ah, next year? Not only in Tang Dynasty's government-run schools, today's headlines also caused a huge reaction among the common people, especially among the young people. Good. Not only did Li Xianan dare to speak the truth, but his words also touched my heart. How satisfying. Yes, yes, yes. Brother Fan is right. Such a beautiful article. We should drink with him. In a restaurant in Chang, and several young men in brocade clothes were drinking and chatting merrily. No one knew who started talking about the headlines in today's newspaper. After that, everyone present seemed to have a common language, and the scene suddenly became lively. Speaking of which, I'm ashamed. At first, I thought that Li Xianan was only good at mathematics, but I didn't expect his article to be so good. Reading it makes one's blood boil. To say something inauspicious, if an enemy were to invade our Tang dynasty, I would go to the border and kill them with my sword. Ha ha! Brother Morong, you're a straightforward person, but I have the same thoughts as you. Forget it. With your physiques, you won't even be enough to fill the gaps between the teeth. I'm a little regretful that I didn't apply for Yanhuang College this year. I heard that Yinshan Mountain was very lively yesterday. Even His Majesty went personally. Really? I heard from my neighbor, Niu Family's Dalong, that he's a student of Yanhuang College. How can it be fake? I also heard that Yanhuang College is like an immortal palace. It's so beautiful. Yes, that's right. I also visited Yanhuang College before. Sigh. Looks like I can only wait until next year's enrollment. Hey, speaking of which, will your father let you go there? I remember that Uncle Fan wanted you to become an official with the Ming Jing. TSK, what's there to disagree with? His Majesty's 3 princes are in Yanhuang College. If the three princes can go, why can't I? It's true. There was an undercurrent of turbulence among the young students, and it was impossible for the others not to have noticed it. Chancellor, after the students saw Li Zixuan's article on the newspaper, which misled the public with his lies, they were all very agitated. Some people didn't even pay attention in class and kept talking about it. Once class was over, every classroom could hear the voices of students wanting to go to Yanhuang College. In the long run, I'm afraid there will be trouble. In the Imperial College in Kong Yingda's office, Cui Shanyu was earnestly advising Kong Yingda. Kong Yingda frowned and said, "What lies? Professor Cui, if you want to report something, report it properly. Don't add oil to the fire." A trace of anger flashed in Cui Shanyu's eyes, but it was quickly restrained. He quickly bowed and said, Yes, you're right. My words just now were indeed inappropriate. As for what this guy was thinking, only God knew. However, he definitely didn't have any good intentions. After all, the professors of the Imperial College had jointly recommended him to be the director of the Imperial College last time, but it was heartlessly rejected by Li Zixuan. He bore his hatred on Li Zixuan. Kong Yingda looked at him and said, "I also know that if this continues, there will be trouble. Go and inform all the schools that the Imperial College will temporarily cancel the recess for the next 2 days and let out an hour earlier. Don't give the students a chance to unite and cause trouble." At this point, Kong Yingda didn't have any good ideas. He understood that if he used high-handed methods on this group of hot-blooded students, the backlash would be even fiercer. At that time, the matter would be reported to the heavens. "Yes, Chancellor. Then I'll go now." Cui Shanyu was somewhat dissatisfied, but he didn't say anything and directly left. Kong Yingda returned to his original seat. Inadvertently, he glanced at the Tang Daily on the table. Looking at the headlines, he couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. What a good young man in China. This child has ambition. When he left the Imperial College, Brother Aaron once said that Confucianism was falling, but his new school was rising like the sun. If the Imperial College lost him, it would definitely be an immeasurable loss. Today's scene seems to be confirming Brother Aaron's prophecy. It seems that I've really made a mistake. How can the Imperial College be saved today? The other teaching assistants and professors of the Imperial College had also seen Li Zixuan's article today. Unlike Kong Yingda and Cui Shanyu, they saw Li Zixuan's unique teaching method from this article. In the past, no matter how long they, as teachers, tried to reason with the students and move them emotionally, the students would resist. Very few people could listen to what they said. They had also discussed it in private. Some people felt that it was too profound, but most people felt that this was a problem with the students themselves. They felt that students of this age were naughty by nature. This was the law of nature, and there was no way to go against it. They could only let nature take its course. When the students grew older, they would be able to listen to the principles and understand the good intentions of these teachers. However, today, these teachers of the Imperial College knew that they were wrong, very wrong. The students didn't listen. It wasn't that the students were young and insensible, but that there was a problem with the things that these teachers said. The principles, they said, didn't enter the hearts of the children at all. Many people couldn't accept this fact, but the scene in front of them left them speechless. Because Li Zixuan had done it. Young China had done it. Looking at the hot-blooded students of the Imperial College, there was an answer to everything. Therefore, other than a few professors who had grudges with Li Zixuan, the other teaching assistants and professors of the Imperial College, after seeing the response to young China among the students, more or less began to reflect on themselves. They reflected on their previous teaching methods and their previous teaching attitudes. Yang Lane, Wang Yaluan's old residence. At this moment, Wang Yaluan sighed in the courtyard. Good article. Good article. I just don't know how many young people this article will stir up and how many storms it will stir. And in his hand was today's Tang Daily. Chapter 701, South of Chong, and City Jinyu Academy. Haha, what a surprise. I didn't expect that Yamacho's speech yesterday would cause such a stir in Chong, and City today. Tianhua, did you hear it when you came? Almost everyone is talking about it, and many people want to enter Yanhuang College. Liao Feichen laughed loudly at Chen Tianhua, and Hua Hongyi as soon as he entered the door. Chen Tianhua, who was writing a novel at the stone table, couldn't help but say, "We heard about it when we came. Why are you so excited?" Feichen? Hua Hongyi also said, "Ha, Tianhua is right. They are praising Yamacho, not you. Why are you so excited?" Liao Feichen hurriedly walked over and retorted, "You can't say that. We are all students of Yanhuang College now. Seeing that others are envious of our Yanhuang College, I feel proud and happy. Ha ha." Hua Hongyi was more straightforward. He curled his lips and said, "Hey, in my opinion, Feichen, you are just being vain." Chen Tianhua looked at Liao Feichen and said seriously, "Feichen, our purpose of going to Yanhuang College is to study, not to be envied by others. We must be clear about this in our hearts." Liao Feichen touched his nose embarrassedly and said in a muffled voice, "I understand all this. I can't help but feel happy when I see everyone talking about Yanhuang College. Hee. Hurry up and write your novel. If you don't, we won't even be able to afford food when we go to Yanhuang College." Hua Hongyi elegantly patted the dust on his sleeves and stood up. Liao Feichen's face was full of black lines. He really didn't know whether to curse or not. He sat down and suddenly thought of something. He looked at Chen Tianhua and asked, "Hey, I heard from Yamacho that when we return to the academy the day after tomorrow, he will organize a 1-month group training for all the students. Tianhua, why aren't you worried?" Chen Tianhua paused and looked up. "Why should I be worried? We are not spoiled, rich young masters who have never suffered hardships since we were young. It's just a training. If Wei Wang and Han Wang aren't afraid, what are we afraid of?" Speaking of Prince Wei, Liao Feichen was fortunate enough to see his true appearance at the academy yesterday. Thinking of Li Tai's appearance of 2 to 300 caddies, he immediately felt a lot more at ease. "Tianhua, you are right. If that's the case, then I have nothing to worry about." What these people didn't know was that the military training Li Zishuan was going to organize was an AOE across the entire map. He wouldn't be soft-hearted just because some people were physically weak. He would treat all students the same. "Uncle Qin, I'm here to discuss the military training with you." Li Zishuan went to the Qin residence in the afternoon to find Qin Qiong. He wanted to discuss the details of the military training. In the main hall, Qin Qiong took a sip of tea and asked, "Xiao Xin, do you have any ideas of your own?" "You can just say it in front of me." Li Zishuan shook his head. "Let's not talk about me first. I don't know much about the training methods of the Tang army, so I would like to hear Uncle Qin explain it to me first. Do you want to know about cavalry or infantry?" Qin Qiong asked. It was a very simple question, but Li Zishuan almost burst out laughing. It felt like some bad jokes in his previous life. "Brother, do you have any films here?" "Yes, they are much older." "Can you give me some?" "Then do you want cavalry or infantry?" 2-3-3-3-3-3. Li Zishuan shook his head and discarded the impure thoughts in his mind. He wanted to show that he was very pure. Uncle Qin, of course, infantry. Can you explain it to me? Returning to the main topic, Li Zishuan cupped his hands towards Qin Xiong and said in all seriousness, "Yes, of course." Qin Trong nodded. After thinking for a moment, he began to explain. In the Tang army, other than long-distance running, there are also various combat and formation training. There are 50 people in a company. Tie up the guns and flags in the camp and bring them to the left and right sides of the training ground. Untie the flags according to the number of each team and stand in formation. The distance between each team is 10 steps, and each team takes up 10 square steps. Each team is placed in the gap between each team, and they are 20 steps away from the team in front after setting up the formation. The generals of each team go to the general's office and wait for instructions. Every team will choose a team and step forward 50 steps. After hearing the sound of the horn, all the teams spread out and stand. After the second sound, all the teams raised their guns, raised their flags, and unsheathed their swords. After the third sound, all the teams raised their guns at the same time. After the fourth sound, all the teams knelt or sat down. At the same time, they looked at the big yellow flag and listened to the sound of the drums. When the yellow flag was lowered and the drums sounded, they shouted in unison and walked to the center line. At the same time, they practiced fighting and shouted "kill" as they charged into the enemy formation. After the enemy retreated, they could chase for 30 steps. After knowing that the enemy had retreated, the cavalry would charge in from the back. When the pursuing enemy heard the sound of the golden flag, they would immediately stop shouting and retreat. They would hold their guns in their right arms and turn around to stand in their original positions. This was definitely not made up by him. There were detailed records in Duke Wei's Art of War. With Qin Xiong's explanation, Li Zishuan's mind gradually formed a picture of the Tang army's training. What he did not expect was that the training of the army in this era would be so strict. The formations, positions, and actions according to the sound of the horn were almost the same as modern military training. This way, to Li Zishuan, it would save him a lot of trouble. Uncle Qin, Yanhuang College's military training this time is to strengthen the students' bodies and cultivate their sense of discipline. So, can you remove the weapons in the training method you just mentioned, such as swords, bows, and spears? We will only train in formations and formations. In addition, the battle cry during training will be changed to 1, 2, 3, 4. What do you think? Li Zishuan thought about it and decided to make some changes based on the Tang Army's training method to adapt to the special situation of Yanhuang College. But then again, he had no choice but to change it. If he were to completely copy the training method of this era, where would he find so many controlled weapons? His changes were basically a mix of modern military training and ancient military training. It was not only scientific and reasonable, but also easy for the people of this era to accept. Qin Xiong nodded and said, "No problem, but you have to tell me what kind of formation you want the students to practice. You better have a detailed plan." Li Zishuan replied, "I have this. I wonder if I can borrow it from Uncle Qin's family and let them demonstrate it to you?" Great, great. Chapter 702. When Li Zishuan came out of the Qin Manor, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. When he thought of the Qin Manor's family generals who had just walked in neat little steps with their heads held high and their chests puffed out, making some simple changes in formation, his mind couldn't help but fly back to his previous life, the time when he was in the university military training. If they wear camouflage uniforms, they will look more pleasing to the eye. Li Zishuan muttered softly. Just now, In front of Qin Xiong, he didn't directly show off what he learned from military training in his previous life. Because he wasn't a Special Forces soldier in his previous life, he knew very little about formal military training. He couldn't be compared to Qin Xiong, a general who had experienced hundreds of battles. The only thing he could do was to add reasonable modern elements to the existing military training system of the Tang Dynasty. If he blindly followed the military training system, it would only cause them to be unable to adapt. At this time, Li Zixuan could still hear some people discussing yesterday's article, Ode to Young China. He helplessly shook his head, feeling unhappy. If he knew that the young people in Chang and would have such a big reaction to this article, he definitely wouldn't have let Ma Zhou put the article up. Because with the current trend of public opinion, so many students were clamoring to go to Yanhuang College. This was pushing Yanhuang College to the cusp of being on the same level as the Confucians. This was something that Li Zixuan didn't want to see. But now, he could only hope that this group of students wouldn't go too far and cause Yanhuang College to be attacked by the Confucians of Chang. And there's actually such a thing. Ganlu Hall. Zhao Song reported in detail to Li Er about the intense reaction of the Imperial College, Hongwen Library, and the people to Ode to Young China in the morning. After listening to it, Li Er raised his eyebrows in surprise. He thought for a while and said, "Then, does the Imperial College and Hongwen Library have any countermeasures?" He was the emperor of a country. Of course, he had to consider the overall situation. Although he personally supported Yanhuang College, he didn't want everyone to study engineering. If that happened, the whole country would be in chaos. Zhao Song slightly bowed and said, "Your Majesty, the Imperial College has canceled the students' recess in the morning. Hongwen Library followed suit and adopted the same measure. It seems that they don't want the students to talk about Li Xianji's speech during recess yesterday." After such a long period of recuperation, Zhao Song was basically recovered. However, his strength had dropped to the middle stage of the Grand Master realm. It would be difficult to recover to the peak of the Grand Master realm in a short time. But then again, in his previous situation, being able to keep his life was already good enough. How could he ask for more? The current situation was already the best outcome. If that's the case, it's fine. After the storm passes, I'm sure many people will calm down. Besides, Yanhuang College won't enroll any more students this year. Even if they don't want to, they have to calm down. Li Er nodded. He was quite satisfied with the Imperial College's actions. He suddenly remembered something and said in a low voice, "The day after tomorrow is the day when the military training of Yanhuang College begins, right? Ask Cheng Qian and Qingke to come over." "Yes. Lord, you want me, old Pang, to train those kids?" In the front yard of the Li residence, Li Zixuan called Pang Feiji over after returning from the Qin residence. After a series of instructions, Pang Feiji looked at Li Zixuan with a bitter face and complained. Li Zixuan's face became serious and said, "What's wrong? You're still a small leader of the Right Marquis Guard. Why don't you dare to train a few students?" He did want Pang Feiji and the other soldiers of the Right Marquis Guard to participate in the military training. Firstly, he could train them and make them more alert. Secondly, the college was indeed lacking instructors. At first, he estimated that the first batch of students would be about 200 people. Qin Xiong alone would be enough to train them. But now there were 640 people. He had no choice but to hire extra people. As for why Yanhuang College recruited so many people this time, it was mainly due to his selfishness. Because the lowest score of the students from the School of Mathematics was 52 points, he set the cutoff at 52 points. With this, he directly recruited more than 400 people. This was something that couldn't be helped. Back then, when the group of students from the School of Mathematics heard that he was going to set up his own academy, they wanted to join him without hesitation. Li Zishuan was very touched by their trust in him, so he hesitated for a very long time when he drew the cutoff line. On the contrary, Li Gang and the others thought that Li Zishuan recruited too few people. Actually, it was quite a lot, 600 to 2,000. This was a nearly 30% acceptance rate, whether it was in the ancient imperial examinations or in modern top universities. This ratio was definitely not small. So Li Zishuan told Li Gang that this was the limit of his tolerance. Lord Zhu, it's not that I don't dare. It's that my brothers and I all have responsibilities. After we leave, the safety of the residents won't be guaranteed. Pang Feiji's face turned red when he heard Li Zishuan's words. He quickly explained. As for how much of this explanation was true, only he himself knew. Li Zishuan stared at this guy for a while and said, "You don't have to worry about the safety of the residents. This month, I'm going to bring my father, mother, and Lan to the Yunshan residence. There are about 15 experts above the Qi transformation realm there. Naturally, you don't have to worry about safety. As for the residents, the two elders and Lan had long wanted to take a look. However, Mrs. Li was a little cautious. She didn't want to disturb her son and daughter-in-law's private time. After all, she wanted to have a grandson soon. So, Mrs. Li and Mr. Li didn't mention the request to go to the Yunshan residence. But even if they didn't mention it, Li Zishuan also wanted to let the two elders go to the Yunshan residence to take a look at his business. Pang Feiji couldn't back down now. He could only say, "Yes, sir." Li Zishuan nodded calmly. You guys will pack up today. Including you, there's a total of 49 people, right? Since you're my personal guards, you naturally have to act like one. Tomorrow, all of you will report to Yanhuang College and receive training from the instructors. When the students come back from the holidays, all of you will take turns to be the instructors and train the students. Those who don't have a turn will form a team and train by themselves every day. I will personally train them. A few months ago, Snake King failed to assassinate Li Zishuan. Li air transferred Pang Feiji and the rest of the Right Marquis team to Li Zishuan as his personal guards. He hadn't taken them back until now. So, these people were destined to follow him in the future. Li Zishuan planned to use this opportunity to improve their military discipline. Yes, sir. Pang Feiji opened his mouth. He felt a little bitter. He didn't need to think to know that the next month would be very difficult. Go and make the arrangements. Chapter 703. The next morning, the Li residence was already bustling with activity at daybreak because the owners were moving today. However, it couldn't be said that they were moving because Madam Li, Old Man Li, and the rest were only going to Cloud Mountain to stay for a while. They would return when the time came. Moreover, there were limited rooms in Cloud Mountain, so they didn't bring any maids or servants this time. They only picked some clothes and daily necessities. Old master, we can finally see what Xian's academy is like with our own eyes. Madam Li finished washing up and came to the front yard. She smiled happily as she watched the maids load her clothes into the carriage. Li Jingma pursed his lips and said, "Madam, you weren't willing to go to Cloud Mountain to stay for a while. Now you're willing?" Madam Li rolled her eyes at her husband and said reproachfully, "Don't you know why I didn't go before? Wasn't it because I wanted to hold a grandson earlier? Now that Xianer is forcing us to go, how can we not go?" Li Jingma smiled and said, "Madam, you're most likely thinking too much. In my opinion, Xian, and the rest aren't anxious about children at all. It's useless for you to be anxious here. Madame Li reached for the soft flesh on Li Jingma's waist and pinched hard. She said angrily, I'm anxious. You're not anxious? Xian, isn't your biological son? You don't want to hold a grandson? Ioyo, your husband also wants to hold a grandson. But it's useless for your husband to be anxious. Madam, let go of me and be reasonable. The maids and servants in the distance all held back their laughter when they saw this scene. Then they looked elsewhere. Old master, madam, the luggage is all packed. After a while, Madame Li's personal maid, Qing, came over and bowed. However, the little girl's eyes seemed to be a little misty. Good. Madame Li responded first. Then she noticed that Qing-er's expression was not right. She had lived for most of her life and understood the crux of the matter with a little thought. Hence, she went forward and patted Qing-er's shoulder with a smile. Qing-er, I'm going to Cloud Mountain with Old Master this time. There's limited space there, so I didn't bring you all. Besides, aren't Xiao Shi, and the rest there? With them around. Old Master and I will have plenty of people to take care of us. You and the others should stay at home. Qing-er said with tears in her eyes. Master, Madam, please take good care of yourselves. Mrs. Li smiled gently and said, I will. After that, he beckoned Wang Zhong over and said, Steward Wang, I'll leave everything in this estate to you. If anyone comes to look for Master and little Xian, just tell them that we've been in Cloud Mountain recently. Wang Zhong bowed and said, Don't worry, old madam. Within this month, the entire residence will be safe and sound. Mrs. Li smiled and nodded. Then she and Li Jingma boarded the carriage together. Pang Feiji personally drove the carriage, and the 48 marquises, it should be the 48 personal guards, followed closely behind. The group of people majestically left Yongle Lane and headed towards the east gate of Chang and City. Brother, why are you up so early today? In the Cloud Mountain residence, Li Zishuan had also woken up early. However, he happened to meet Lan, who was entertaining herself downstairs. Yesterday, he had rushed back to Cloud Mountain overnight. To be honest, after staying here for so long, he really couldn't bear to leave. Firstly, it was because the environment here was beautiful. It lacked the hustle and bustle of Chang and City, and it was more like an otherworldly paradise. Secondly, it was because the beds in the Cloud Mountain residence were really comfortable. Of course, when he came back last night, he couldn't help but bring the little clingy Lan over. When the little girl heard that she would be staying here for the next month, she was very excited. No matter what, she wanted to come over overnight to experience the living environment here in advance. The little girl's bedroom was arranged on the first floor. Mrs. Li and Old Man Li were arranged to be on the second floor, while he and Han Yushi were on the third floor. Lan, did you sleep well here last night? If not, I'll send you back to Chang. And today, Li Zishuan looked at his little sister and said with a smile, Of course it was comfortable. Stupid brother, Lan, doesn't want to go back to Chang. And Lan, will stay here forever. Humph. Lan pouted and snorted. Fine. Little sister, you can stay here for as long as you wanna. Li Zishuan smiled dotingly, then shook his head and walked to the backyard. Brother, why are you going to the backyard? Lan's eyes were sharp. She saw that Li Zishuan was going to the backyard with a sword, so she quickly chased after him and asked, Nothing much. I just want to make a little toy. What little toy? Lan wants to play too. Ha, Lon, you'll know when you come and see. In the rear courtyard, the brother and sister walked to a small bamboo forest in the corner of the east wall. Li Zixuan picked for a long time before finally choosing a bamboo with a very round end. He waved his sword and lightly chopped at it, and the bamboo fell to the ground with a sound. Then he cut it neatly and quickly, and only took the bamboo stick that was about a foot long in the middle. Brother, can this bamboo be played loudly? Lon asked at this moment. Li Zixuan smiled and replied, Of course, and it can be played very loudly. He. Then, brother, quickly make one for Lon. That's right. Li Zixuan wanted to make a whistle. In his opinion, how could military training not have a whistle? Moreover, he planned to develop football, basketball, and other sports in the future. No matter what, he needed a whistle. However, there was no plastic in this era, so he could only use bamboo. Fortunately, he had made many whistles with bamboo when he was young in his previous life, so he was quite experienced. The structure of this thing seemed to be quite simple, but there were still some technical difficulties. If he didn't understand it, he might not be able to make a sound. Li Zixuan cut a section of the bamboo. One end of the section was left in a closed state, and the other end was cut open to be used as a blowhole. At a position half an inch away from the blowhole, he made a 45-degree opening. When many people reached this point, they probably couldn't wait to blow. In fact, at this time, if they blew hard, there would be a sound. However, this wasn't a real whistle, but a kind of sound similar to the whistling of the wind. The sound was still very weak. In order to make the sound louder, he just needed to add a block at the blowhole. Half of the block had to be empty. There was no doubt about this, right? If it was all blocked, how could he blow? After the block was added, he could continue to adjust it until he liked the sound. Okay, Lon, give it a try. Li Zixuan adjusted it for a long time. After making the sound sharper, he handed it to Lon, and said, He, thank you, brother. Lon got a new toy, and her mouth was sweet. Li Zixuan smiled and continued to make the second, third, and fourth whistles. Chapter 704. Master, Madam, we're here. Around 7 in the morning, Pang Feiji brought a group of horses and carriages to the Yunshan residence. Madam Li and Li Jingma jumped down from the carriage. Li Zixuan and Han Yushi, who were in the room, had long heard the commotion and walked out. Father, Mother, you're here. Han Yushi went up to support Madam Li and smiled. I'm here. You don't have to support me. This house is quite unique. Yushi, are you used to living here? Madam Li smiled and patted Han Yushi's hand. Mother, this place is quite good. I won't be uncomfortable. Let me show you in Father's room. Han Yushi laughed softly. Madam Li agreed. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law left the two men and went into the house. Ahem. Father, come in and have a seat. Li Zixuan coughed and said. Li Jingma looked around and replied, No need. You go ahead. I'll take a look around. I'll go to the in-laws' house later. Oh, that's fine. Li Zixuan nodded and changed his expression. He shouted to Pang Feiji and the rest, Feiji, take them and follow me to the academy now. Pang Feiji's body trembled. He immediately bowed and said, Yes, Lord Ju. Then he turned around and shouted, Line up. Yesterday evening, the personal guards already knew what they were going to face. At this moment, they didn't dare to be negligent. They raised their spirits to 120% and quickly lined up with their heads held high. Li Zixuan nodded in satisfaction and shouted, Good, let's go. No one is allowed to fall behind. With that, he mounted his horse and took the lead to gallop forward. Pang Feiji and the bodyguards were stunned. What did that mean? You're riding in front and letting us chase after you. You don't want us to fall behind. You really know how to play. However, there was no time for them to hesitate. Li Zixuan sent another message. Those who fall behind are not allowed to eat lunch. If the formation is messed up, everyone will be punished to run 10 miles. Quick, let's go. Pang Feiji's heart trembled as he shouted. He finally understood that the military training that Li Zixuan had told him about yesterday had already begun. All the guards answered loudly and followed Li Zixuan neatly to Yanhuang College in formation, leaving a trail of dust on the ground, and Li Jingma, who was covered in dust. Bah, these little bastards. You didn't even tell me when you ran away. Li Jingma, who had eaten a mouthful of dust, said angrily from behind. Not bad. Looks like you guys still have some foundation. Your lunch is safe. Li Zixuan rode his horse to the entrance of Yanhuang College. He squinted his eyes and smiled as he looked at the guards behind him, who were panting heavily but still in a neat formation. Pang Feiji and the rest heaved a sigh of relief and bowed together. Thank you, sir. Li Zixuan waved his hand and did not say anything. Then he led the guards to the sports field of the college. Qin Xiong was waiting there. Li Zixuan greeted him with a smile. Uncle Qin, I'll leave them all to you. You can train them as much as you want, regardless of life or death. The guards, who were still grateful, almost fell to their knees when they heard Li Zixuan's words. What did he mean by regardless of life or death? He was trying to kill them. However, the person in front of them was the founding general of the country, Qin Xiong. Even if they were dissatisfied, they did not dare to say it out loud. I know what to do. Qin Xiong replied calmly. Then he looked at the small army formed by the 49 guards. Although these people were not as fierce and murderous as before, he could not help but recall the glorious days of the past. I haven't led soldiers for more than a year, right? Qin Xiong sighed, silently in his heart. Then he calmed himself down and spoke to the soldiers in front of him. You are all from the Right Marquis Guard, one of the 16 guards of the Tang Empire. I don't think I need to repeat the rules of the military, right? In the next month, Yanhuang College will be a military camp. As instructors, you must set an example and strictly follow the military rules. If anyone slacks off, don't blame me for being merciless. You all understand? The second half of Qin Xiong's words were cold. All the guards felt a chill in their hearts and shouted in unison, Yes, sir. Li Zixuan couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. This was the reason why he insisted on having Qin Xiong come over to be the instructor. Qin Xiong's prestige was grand, and no one in the military dared to provoke him. Among the young students, no one dared to provoke him. At the very least, not even Li Tai and Li Ku dared to do so. Thus, he was simply a stabilizing force. With him around, there would be fewer troublemakers in the entire military training process. Li Zixuan smiled and then handed the stage to Qin Xiong. He turned around and went to the rostrum to watch Pang Feiji and the others train. First of all, I'll teach you some new military commands. Everyone must remember the key points of each command. The first one is to stand at attention. Watch carefully. When I shout to stand at attention, everyone must keep your heels close together, your toes slightly apart, your legs straight, your abdomen slightly tucked in, your chest naturally puffed out, your upper body straight, and your upper body straight, slightly leaning forward. On the field, Qin Xiong explained some of the basic movements during military training to everyone while personally demonstrating. His self-address had also changed from old man to this general, which meant that from now on, this place had become a military camp. Actually, at this time, the standing posture of a soldier was very standard. It was very close to the standing posture of a modern soldier. However, there was no one in the Tang Dynasty who had a professional name for the official standing posture. Therefore, Li Zixuan taught Qin Xiong some modern basic movements, such as attention, at ease, straddle, turn left or right, look left or right, and so on. As for formation training, Li Zixuan did not know much about it. He planned to let Qin Xiong follow the military formations of the Tang Dynasty. As long as the students could follow the rules and maintain order, it would be fine. Speaking of which, during the Ming Dynasty, there were already military commands such as stand at attention and at ease. According to records, when Qi Jiguang was fighting against the Japanese in the south, he sent soldiers to guard the coast at night. If they found any enemy, they would immediately call the police. However, at night, they could not distinguish between friend and foe. What could they do? Qi Jiguang had set the commands. The soldiers on guard all carried bamboo whistles. If they found anyone, they would immediately raise their guns and shout, "Whistle up!" This meant that the whistle was about to sound. If the person was one of their own, they would immediately stop walking and shout, "Stand at attention." This meant that they would immediately stand at attention. If they did not do this, they would be thought of as pirates, and the whistle would really sound. In order to let the soldiers familiarize themselves with this set of commands, Qi Jiguang constantly made them practice these two movements. Later, after a few changes, whistle up and stand at attention became the official commands used in the military. It was still used in the modern era, but there were some changes in the meaning and pronunciation of the commands. And now, Li Zixuan had made these commands appear 800 years earlier. It could be considered a contribution to the Chinese. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.